Stone Keep is a game I've never even heard of until a few days
S.W.Frost
ago.
is now live streaming Diablo 4 digital artist in Helldivers new faction.
Is this the guy that made my dog play dead in the opening cinematic?
Listen, human. Turn around and go away. Bye-bye.
This is what it's like to play Morrowind for the first time. These are the scribs. Combat, the exact same.
Gah! This my home! Monster, you leave!
Sorry, you'll have to move along, hideous goblin.
I'm the bad guy just breaking into this fucking dude's house. Dumbass. Hopefully your little goblin children and wife are on this other side of this door and I'll just slaughter them. Oh shit, those are grown-ass adult goblins. I'm sorry. Oh, it's a bit of a delayed death. I ran away and then realized I was dead. This is probably gonna be how I'm gonna play the entire game. I don't know, I'm gonna be in a fight with a dragon or some shit at the end, throwing rocks at it. Is there something behind me right now? Of course there is. Fucking goblin snuck up on me, stabbed me in the asshole. He just took off too. He just pegged me and left, just like a goth chick. That one had a key. Where is he keeping it? It's not a whole lot of free space in ant butts. Although there's a ton of storage in an ant's thorax. My missile skill went up. Old Shaga put up a fight, but it wasn't enough. Sorry, lesser life forms. I've evolved to throw stones. I have won this arms race. Okay, that... Someone else throwing rocks. Is that what this feels like? Cannot approach here. I just get stoned. I reached the fire. Oh, fire hot! Why do I keep reaching the fire? It's the pink drink fountain, and it heals me just like the Starbucks drink. I'm truly a white girl. Yoda?
Greetings. I am the king of...
No. Crawl through the dungeon you must. Oh my god. Do you love bludgeoning your enemies with a rock? Well, I got the game for you. The worst part about murdering little people isn't the living with what you've done. It's having to collect all the rocks afterwards. I now understand why they called this game Stone Keep. People in 1995 playing their favorite game. This wall looks fake. There was just something about this wall. It's like the Scooby-Doo episodes where you know exactly what they're gonna... See, like right there, I knew. I've been staring at these same walls for so long that I've achieved a higher understanding of what they're supposed to look like. I can't even consciously see what the difference is, but I know it is different. Did he just give up? He just dropped his weapon. What's your deal? Never mind. Tried to talk to him. I guess I'll just kill him with a hammer.
Hey, okay, let's kill him. Let's kill this guy. Let's beat him to death with hammers.
My rocks are no longer doing the trick. 20 rocks? I would die if someone threw 20 fucking rocks at me. What? Oh, god damn it. I was backpedaling for a goblin and I fell in a pit. Thankfully, it's one of those let yourself out when you feel like it fits. And not like a punji trap or something. What did I get?
Others so unfortunate attempted to escape through the sewers.
Perfect. Because that's my current destination. What the hell is that?
Greetings, human. I was exploring these ruins, looking for my brother. Have you seen him?
Can't you smell him from here? Actually, I had someone join my party. I've been alone for so long. You have no idea. Wandering these halls, I started to see things. I was stopping and looking at pillars. Like, did that change? Is this different? I was descending into madness.
Mages study. Do not enter.
What do I look like, an idiot? Everyone knows magic isn't real. Hold on, is that a staff? Ooh. Gotta break this mage's bed since he shot me with several arrows. With stupid traps. You shoot fireballs now. And it looks like the little fire VFX. I've been using a hammer for hours now. And then I found a magic circle and I could just cast fireball against the wall for 5 minutes and then I'm a Supreme Grand Wizard. Not that kind of Grand Wizard. The good kind. I thought I had more healing than this. I feel like these slimes have been pickpocketing me. Just reaching their goopy little hands into my pocket.
Return when you have something to give.
Don't punch me, you must.
There is something odd about this wall. How can you tell that? Keen dwarven senses, my friend. Keen dwarven senses.
Guess I'll mark it. Keen dwarven senses. I sure wish there was a map hotkey, but there is not. The only hotkey reachable from my left hand is Q for quit. They made quit a quick key. Not even save, just quit. Just stop playing. Just, I'm done. I just went in a fucking circle again. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit, we did it. Just barely. We are in severe pain right now. Getting sewer water in every wound currently. We will die of sepsis. Of course, the sewers have a tentacle monster. Back fiend. I have no women on my team. I tried to get the dwarf to wear a dress. He wouldn't do it. Alright, here's what we're doing. Gotta go back to my cheese strats. They didn't call me old cheese dick for nothing. Ultimate spin technique. Me and the dwarf just holding hands, spinning in the sewer. Got him. Oh, what? What? I killed all three and then something under the water killed me. God, dude.
Shrink rune. Target is shrunk.
I got the shrink gun from Duke Nukem cast. Can I shrink myself? Well, this theory just went out the window. I thought I could cast it on myself. What I've been doing is clicking over here, clicking maps, and then paging over to the map I'm on. Every time. This is the hotkey. I swear I tried all these keys. Farley, I feel them in every orifice. Please, swing faster.
What have we done?
Guess I'll leave it alone this time. Oh, just gave me a little kiss. Take your weapon. Do you shit yourself? Ugh, I picked it up with my hands. They drop their weapon and beg for mercy, but I get a fun little sound effect when I kill you, so you have to die. I was starting to get worried about my incredibly glacial pace, but things are starting to speed up.
Scaly one heart, Grog.
Point him out. Let's follow Groog. I've got a good feeling about this. This is him? This fucking snake? Is what you're afraid of? Oops. Groog, no! Why did you walk in front of me? Groog!
Why? Why?
Holy, the skeleton with dreads? Or, I guess it's supposed to be like chainmail mesh. It looks like dreads. Jamaican skeleton, please. I know a fat chick. You can. I'll give you her number. Just let me live.
Fireball!
He was black. That's the flagellation room.
If only the green ones would fight back.
Have you ever considered maybe they're all just into that?
Ow! I love it! It's the best thing that's ever happened to me!
Good thing these other patrol guards are busy doing something else, I guess. They do not care that their brother in arms is in a life or death fight. One of my balls has a red tint. What does that mean, Doctor? Oh my god, this is a full heal? I've had this just sit in my inventory. Is it more mine shafts? Holy fuck. Man, that quickness spell makes a somewhat drastic difference. Jesus Christ. I was like those archers in Arcanum. I spy with my little eye something gray. What the fuck is that? Is it looking at me around the corner? Is this its eyeball? Or is this like a battle axe? Is it a bat wing? There's so many possibilities. What this fucking thing is.
What brings one of your kind here?
I guess this is supposed to, yeah, its neck is around the corner. When I first walked in here, it looked like it was just a dragon head on the chain, like those chomps in Mario 64. The Night Mother? Oh, fuck. Stay back, demon. I have a bow and an arrow. Go, 1,000 arrows. My little dwarf friend. Are you a fed? No. Why do you ask? Oh, I thought this is someone I can get as a companion. This looks like an elf. Huh?
Thank you.
Oh, you're a man. Fuck.
Call me Enigma.
Cut your hair, you dork.
I'm an elven lord.
You put an elf in the game and
I
then made
seek
him a
battle
dude.
against
What
forces
cruel
of the
joke
dark.
is this? If I were an ice queen, where would I be chilling? Oh.
Well, if it isn't the hero. Feeling a little cold, are we?
Wait, am I fighting? No, she's killing me in a cutscene. Wait, no, I can move. She just froze me immediately. Retreat!
Well, if it isn't
The funniest part about her outfit is that she's supposed to be an ice queen. So you know the only reason she's dressed like this is because the devs had to record her and they're like, yeah, she's just wearing her underwear. Yeah, she likes jumping up and down a little bit too. Yeah, Ice Queen loves twerking. You gotta do it for the shot. Counterspell. Oh, god damn it. The chick from Frozen is so powerful. I don't even remember. What's the chick's name? Coldspell. Hey, it worked. Wow, that was actually incredibly easy. I should have started off with the cold fire. Another orb. Warming. This is for warming. So boys, we just put this on our corpse. You know what we can do. Look guys, I've been down here for a long time. Don't look at me like that. Guys, I've been alone for so long. Melting your stupid throne too. Fuck your couch. I'm drinking your chair. He just gets down to that puddle and just slurps it up. She sat on this. She sat on this with her bare cheeks. Oh, fuck. Just when you're starting to miss the mine tunnels, they bring them back. They truly know what I want as a player. Also, make them fucking empty. There's no one here. Just walk around in circles, talking to yourself. It's like you, the player, are going insane. It's very meta. Is this one of them endless tunnels? It's gotta be. Either that or I'm going in the longest tunnel of my life. What if I do the Mario backwards jump?
Welcome to the realm of fairy.
Go home.
Off to prepare our play. Away, away.
I still don't know what you want. There's half a dozen of you and you're all talking in court, Jester. What do you want me to do? I guess I'll just wander in circles listening to cheery flute music. I was having to deal with a bunch of fairy problems. If I wanted to do that, I would just move to California. What do you do for a living? Oh, me? I'm Goofy.
They were laughing a lot. I don't get it.
The crew that voice acted the fairies got really into their job way more than everyone else did. Like, they were having a blast.
Can I come with you? Can I, please?
Of course you may journey with us.
What? Drake, no. Drake. Normally I allow anyone to join my team, but I really did not want Sparkle on my team. Ugh.
You now have a small peanut.
So we all decided that since you were such a good patron of our arts, we'd give you this.
This is a very powerful fairy rune of great magic.
They gave me a duck quack soundboard. Thanks, guys. I'll keep that on my staff for sure. Could it be? Oh my god. The fucking duck.mp3 actually does have a purpose. When I picked this game, I thought it would be 15 hours tops. Here I am, more than 20 hours later, still wandering these halls, trying to figure out what I'm doing. It's okay, I'm known for having tons of extra time to get things done. That's why GOG reached out to me. They liked my joke about them in the last video and said, we noticed you've been playing a lot of games from the Clinton administration, games from when peak television was Tales from the Crypt. Tell you what, we'll pay you if you actually fucking tell people what the preservation program is. Because the funniest jokes are the ones you have to explain in a completely different video. How do I get the fuck out of here? God damn it. There's not a lot to it really. They just make sure those games will always work, which sounds like the bare minimum, but more than Steam does. Steam does not give a fuck if your game runs or not. They'll still sell that shit. GOG's got a team of engineers or something. I don't know. I'm a YouTuber, so I'm barely smart enough to play video games, much less recode them. Look at the PP. Banish me to the Shadow Realm.
Skeletons! 40,000 square feet of skeletons! We even have junior skeletons for the kids.
Guaranteed.
Go ahead and test us.
And that cinematic cost them $5 bajillion to make. Oh shit, it just put me in the gameplay. That was actually pretty slick. Secret weapon loaded with 78 rocks that I've collected throughout my entire adventure. Let's see how it performs. Eat secret weapon, bitch. Got him. They're not throwing full skeletons at me anymore. There's, fuck it. Just the head. That's enough to take him out. I'm a little bit insulted. God damn it, they're right. Adios, boys. You're not worth my time in magic. God damn it, you dickhead. Blocking me? Fuck. What was that? That's cum? What was that? The wall that makes you orgasm? That's a thing? How come it's just me? You guys weren't feeling it? Yeah, what?
Did he just walk up slowly?
Oh, hey, buddy. Just casually strolling up to me. I was looking for you. When he kicked me, I'm just down the hall from where I found him. Just launched my ass down the hallway with a kick. My whole party. Ah! Yo, Farley.
I'll see you again someday. Toodaloo.
Get the fuck out of here, Sparkle. Don't name My Little Ponies or whatever the fuck you do. Wait. The door disappeared. There was a door here. Yo. That was the only way out.
Drake, where's the door hole?
Okay, I teleport back home. It's fine. I love watching this cool Shadow Realm cinematic.
Shadow Realm, I'm sending you to Tampa, Florida.
At least there's no flying skulls from Doom 3 on this side. I don't even get a say in this. Yoda just decided he's on my team now. Mom said we got Yoda at home. Surely I tried that little spot that was symmetrical to this, right? I feel like that would have been my first. No, I guess I'm an idiot. All brains in here, baby. He's not moving around. This living fire shit is annoying as hell. It's like trying to fight actual fire with a hammer. Wuhuka the Firecaster joined my party, and it's been nothing but fire elementals ever since. What a cruel joke. I appreciate that you can just write your own notes about things in this game. As a 70-year-old man with dementia, I have to write notes down for everything. I found a note for myself that was 2 days old, and I have zero recollection of ever having written it. It's that bad.
Welcome. I shall enjoy the taste of your soul.
Dang, you were right. Man, he still beat me. What the fuck? I did the little silver doodads. Let's see how good fireballs are against him. Is it working? I can't see. Well, fuck. Hold on. Hold on. Eh? The dwarf had to die for me to figure it out, but what can you do?
This is where we part. We cannot go with you. You must pass through this gate on your own.
Farley, you need to pass through to heaven right now. You're fucking dead.
You can still use these. Don't Don't ruin all that work.
Will be tested now.
In 1991, a videotape would end up in the hands of Charlie Sheen, showing what he thought to be one of the most brutal acts against someone. Visceral, disgusting, and horrifying contents. More specifically, the torture of a young Japanese girl at the hands of a man in a samurai costume. Horrified, he contacted the FBI about this tape, where he was informed they were already investigating the crime with the Japanese police force. This said investigation led to the fact that what Charlie had seen had been a real, bona fide, bootleg copy of the film Flower of Flesh and Blood, the second film in the J-horror franchise Guinea Pig. The actress on screen was alive, and so was the legend of the elusive snuff film. This is the grim reality of snuff films. Take 2. If you're having deja vu and you're like, Darby, I totally saw this thumbnail and or video title and or opening of this video a week ago. Why am I seeing this again? Well, the video was wrongfully deemed to not be on here, so this is the redo. I will have you know, if you watch this video already and you're like, I already saw this, I know everything you're gonna say, I took stuff out, I added new stuff completely into it, and did rearrange a lot of stuff in this. So if you saw the original video, feel free to keep watching, because you will have different things and different takes in this video, and in different crimes cases and different everything. If I'm very honest, I took out a large bulk of it and moved it around. So if you saw this video, here's a new video. If you didn't see the last video, here's a new video. The word snuff has been used in English slang for hundreds of years, typically referred to extinguishing a flame, snuffing out a candle. But in 1874, it would be defined as a term very common among the lower orders of London, meaning to die from disease or accident. By the contrived current standing definition of snuff, it seems to not exist according to the US government at all. The current standing of what snuff is: a film created of taking the life of a person for pure monetary gain, in the means of selling or distributing the film and or material created. I want to reiterate this to you as much as humanly possible, because that was, for some reason, something that in the original video just kind of kept getting lost. This is what the current recognized term snuff is to the federal government. Death on camera is not snuff. Snuff is, by definition, created and made in the entire purpose of getting monetary gain of distributing said film. Period, point blank. I just really want to get that to you in the front. Mo money, mo problems. Like, it is only about money. Any death on camera is not snuff, okay? I really want to hammer that in at the start of this video. And with that, people filming this most heinous crime you commit is nothing new, especially coming online with famous individuals like Luca Magnotta, or people just self-uploading their own endings of lies on live streams or preset recordings. Death on camera is nothing new to the human populace. But the elusive snuff film still, to this day, as standing in November 2024, according to the federal government, they say snuff does not exist. This has been something that's coming and circulating a long time in the news, even at one point the publisher of Screw magazine going out to offer a $1 million reward to anyone who could provide proof of a true, genuine snuff film to him. Of course, there was never any takers for that, and frankly, I don't think Screw has that type of money anymore. But with us having absolutely no concrete, technical, legal, defined proof of snuff films existing, and it being denied by the federal government, in this video I'm going to go down the brief rundown of snuff, the term, history, incidences, and why I personally, truly, genuinely believe snuff films are a real thing that have occurred and will continue to occur. And with that, let's get into the vast and grim and partially fictional history of snuff films. In 1907, a French-Polish writer would publish a short story called A Good Film. In this, newsreel photojournalists stage a murder due to the public fascination with true crime at the time. In the story, the public believes the murder is real, but the police determine that the crime was completely faked. This is one of the first media points we can point to in the reference of a murder done for gain. In this case, it was done for a news story, not the typical monetary gain we're discussing today, but it is definitely a significant thing to point at that this was murder done for some gain, albeit fictional. But the first use of the term snuff film was in 1971, Ed Sanders' book, The Family, regarding the Charles Manson family cult murders.
Manson, 36, chose a house at random, tied up the family at gunpoint, then ordered his followers to go inside and commit ritual slaughter.
In it, an anonymous one-time member of the infamous Manson family cult who claimed that the group made a snuff film in California by recording the murder of a woman on film. However, this interviewee later added that he had never actually seen this film or partook in it, but was just told rumors that this video was made and occurred. In later editions of the book, Sanders himself clarified that no films depicting a real murder or murder victims had ever been found from the Manson family. It is true that the police seized a camera loaded with unexposed film when they raided Spawn Ranch on October 10th, 1969. Once again, no movies of murders were ever located. So the urban legend of a snuff film immediately starts out on the foot of technically a lie. I genuinely personally believe this person was never in the Manson family, and the Manson family never made any snuff films themselves. But this did not stop the surge of the rumor of snuff films happening in the 70s. A lot of these were fueled with the rumor of their taking place in South America, where the title film Snuff would refer to Life is Cheap. Part of this was due to the fact that at the time, a lot of countries were being fed Mondo documentaries. In Mondo documentaries, they were showing what can be considered pretty brutal aspects of life in other continents. A lot of them taking place in Africa and South America, showing extremely brutal rituals or incidences that took place in these tribes. Now, a lot of these were filmed by Italian filmmakers, and then the American dubs of them that were fed to the American public were dubbed a lot different, and frankly, and honestly, some people tried arguing with me this before. If you listen to the American dubs of certain Mondo films, they are wildly racist. So this does start fueling a specific type of fire surrounding the concept of, well, if you go down to these certain countries, yeah, they're probably gonna kill and eat you. Undeniably, the first taste in major media of the concept of a true snuff film would be a low-budget horror flick originally titled Slaughter that would be later changed to the title of simply Snuff. Slaughter was based extremely loosely on the Manson family cult and was filmed by a couple in Argentina that would later be sold off to a third-party distributor. This distributor, Alan Shackleton, who ended up deeming it completely unable to release due to how horrible the quality of the film was. Several years later, though, Shackleton read about snuff films being imported from South America and decided to cash in on the rumors and attempt to get some of his money back on the purchase of Slaughter. With this, he rebranded the film from Slaughter to Snuff, and in this he actually cuts the movie around the 73 or 74 minute mark and creates a whole new ending to the film that is very obviously just a new ending at it. I will preface, Snuff is, please watch it. I really genuinely want people to watch it. It's so bad. It's so actually bad, but like, watch it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like on purpose bad. Like, it's that pure, genuine garbage film that, you know, nowadays is hard to come by, but please watch Snuff. In this new ending, we see them cut back from the original ending, the scenes, kind of showing us this behind-the-scenes situation where one of the crew members starts saying she got hot and heavy by what they were doing on camera, so the director starts to advance on her, and then it gets mildly aggressive, and she realizes, like, hey, all the camera crews are here and recording, and she's like, oh, this isn't cool, and then the camera crew guys, like, kind of emerge and start, you know, helping in this situation, and they begin to torture her and actually disembowel her on camera. I cannot stress to you how awful the effects in this movie are. That's part of what makes it so absolutely amazing, is just how bad it is. Like, when they cut her fingers off, and then, like, they'll go back in another scene, and, like, all her fingers are back, and it's like, it's, again, so bad you gotta watch it. And then just when the scene cuts out and the music stops, you hear the cameraman say ominously, "Got it." Alan actually took a very revolutionary tool for the horror genre that hadn't been used before, in which he paid for essentially bad press of the film. He paid for people to go outside and picket the film showing, saying how horrified they were. They were showing camera film of real murder and a girl being murdered on camera, and people were buying tickets to see it. And this actually worked so well in his favor that he didn't have to pay picketers anymore. picketers showed up on their own, and there was horrible press about how brutal and horrifying and real snuff was, although we of course know this was absolutely not the case. This did exactly what was needed in brewing up press, gaining profit margins, and actually ending up in the result of the New York District Attorney investigating the film, having to establish that it wasn't real. This was one of the first times snuff had to legally be addressed by federal government. Along with this, around the similar time was the adult star Linda Lovelace, who turned into an activist and spoke before the U.S. Attorney General's Commission on Organized Crime and claimed that she firsthand had seen and knew that women who were no longer useful to the industry were routinely murdered, both on and off camera. Obviously, Linda was not able to provide any evidence for this claim at all, but it was her claim on the official record. And with this, snuff had established for the horror genre kind of what a snuff film was. Amateur, gritty, a lot of POV, one girl being attacked, very, very low budget. Because if you think about it, if you were actually going to kill someone on camera, you're not going to have a whole soundstage, you're not going to have the sexy boom guy from Saw, you're going to be doing this in some weird, gross, isolated place with, you know, not super advanced technology. It was gritty camcorder footage filmed for monsters by monsters. It had successfully established this new widespread paranoia, as evasive as UFOs or Bigfoot. We would see this then transfix into the found footage horror genre with the absolutely revolutionary film Cannibal Holocaust. As horrible and brutal and disgusting as Cannibal Holocaust was, it is undeniably one of the most revolutionary films for the genre of horror, exploitation, and found footage as a complete whole. Now, Cannibal Holocaust does unfortunately contain what we can at this point refer to as animal snuff, because undeniably that's absolutely what it was. This was animals being killed on camera for monetary profit. It's, again, snuff means person, but like, they literally killed animals on camera in the means of getting money from it, from the film. So like, you know, it's kind of hard to dismiss that whole factor when it comes to Cannibal Holocaust, but although they didn't kill any people in that, the director of Cannibal Holocaust tried to make it as believable that he did as humanly possible. In Cannibal Holocaust, they once again wanted to establish and have us believe this uncivilized group of South American tribe that believed in cannibalizing, claiming that the actors were killed when filming this real documentary, even having them agree to stay into hiding post-filming, and the director having to even bring them into a court of law to establish that no one died, because that is just how convinced people were who saw Cannibal Holocaust, believing it was real, because it was marketed as completely real. This was one of the first times they were like, hey, everyone you see on camera is real. Other than, you know, actual Mondo documentaries, including things like Faces of Death, where in that we see death on camera in real time. But Cannibal Holocaust was absolutely fictional as much as it didn't appear to be. Part of this is due to the fact that I think, as I mentioned, the effects in snuff are horrible. The effects in Cannibal Holocaust still hold up pretty well, and when you unfortunately have real animal murder on camera, it kind of amplifies the special effects into making them look more real, because you just actually saw real death, and it's this gross, like, paradox that absolutely, like, fed into itself and helped it be so much more brutal and disgusting to view of a film. Over the years, details started evolving and changing around the reality about what snuff films were, just like all good myths do. 8mm films then turned into videotapes, and I will now mention 8mm, one of the most underrated films in my humble opinion, starring Nick Cage and Joaquin Phoenix. In this, Nick Cage is a hired PI who is then on the trail of snuff films and finding this ring of creators of snuff with the help of Joaquin Phoenix, who works at an adult store. I bring up 8mm because 8mm now establishes the idea that snuff is made in your backyard, in America, for Americans. This is no longer some contrived, fake, cannibalistic tribe from out of America who are heathens compared to Western culture. This is showing that these are deprived, sick killers in who knows where, middle America, just killing random people for the enjoyment and pleasure of other individuals. This also keeps our original aesthetic surrounding a snuff film. Once again, gritty, disgusting, low budget, just exploitation splatter at its absolute finest. Now, I believe the urban legend and idea of snuff films has never thrived more or been absolutely more prevalent than the use of internet in this age, including the large things surrounding red rooms, which we'll get into in one moment. But just like outside of movies, we saw this influence media in other ways, just like I think the most prevalent video game surrounding snuff films being that of Manhunt, released in 2003 by Rockstar Games. In Manhunt, you're a death row inmate forced to participate in creating snuff films by the director who has sent a gang to hunt you down, in which he watches via CCTV all over the city. In turn, you're forced to kill or be killed. The game is 20 levels, or as referred to in the game as scenes. In each scene, you are graded on your few factors, depending on what mode you play. Speed, brutality of your execution, as well as completing the entire scene. The game itself was banned in multiple countries due to the absolute brutality and visceral, disgusting violence in the game, as it was up to you as the player as your means of murder, and you could kind of go super absolutely crazy in this game. It was so intense that it caught the attention of U.S. Representative Joe Baca, who was the sponsor of a legislation to fine those who sell adult-themed games to players younger than 17. He said about Manhunt, "It's telling kids how to kill someone, and it uses vicious, sadistic, and cruel methods to kill." Fortunately, soon enough, a real murderer would try to prove that false fact. On July 8 of 2004, a 14-year-old boy named Stephen would be killed by his 17-year-old friend Warren in a park in England. In the first media reports, it was claimed the police had found a copy of Manhunt inside Warren's bedroom. The parents of the victim believe that the video game influenced Warren to commit the murder against their son, although after this was initially established by the media reports, it was vehemently denied by the police and the entire court case itself, saying the game had no way in influencing this murder quite literally at all. This did not stop the absolute reputation surrounding Manhunt inspiring a murder. This led to them attempting and failing to stop the production of Manhunt 2, but the stigma around the game still stands as one of the most viscerally violent and brutal video games ever to be released. And as I've mentioned multiple times in this video, because I need to reiterate it as much as humanly possible, snuff is made for the monetary profit. That is the only reason snuff films are made. But gore videos, death on camera, that's its whole other subgenre. If you've witnessed any shock site, you're probably very familiar with this fact, and unfortunately, similar to horror films, real-life gore fanatics also have notorious videos and classifications. War videos, cartel videos, and very rarely, but always getting insane attention, are self-uploads of murder. Sites of yesteryear like Rotten.com, LiveLeak, BestGore, and WatchPeopleDie.com invited the concept of watching some of the most insane, brutal accidents and crimes against humanity live at home by just a click of your finger. And with this, you started gaining these odd communities of individuals who would consume and watch this content all day and house it. And with this, you end up getting these notorious videos or even shock videos that you would send to individuals to scare them. Things like Funky Town, One Lunatic, One Ice Pick, Chech Clear, and in this case, 3 lunatics, 1 hammer. Undeniably, the absolute closest, if not true, genuine thing we have to a snuff film is the video of 3 lunatics and 1 hammer. In this, we see 2 Ukrainian serial killers murder a man on camera. The 2 men in this video, Victor and Igor, were charged with 21 counts of murder. The first 2 murders occurred late on June 25th of 2007. Only a month before their arrest on July of 23rd. Although only 1 murder ever made its way online, the 2 boys carried out vicious, brutal murders of completely innocent people. These 2 boys obviously had a history of absolute heinous crimes. In court, they showed various videos of them torturing and killing animals, which is not uncommon with how serial killers escalate. Their first victim was a 33-year-old woman named Yekaterina, who was walking home after having tea at her friend's apartment. According to Victor, the 2 boys were out on a walk, and after walking past the woman, Igor spun around and attacked her with a hammer. Yekaterina was found early in the morning by her mother. Less than an hour after this murder, the 2 boys would attack their second victim, a man named Roman who was sleeping on a park bench near this initial attack. The 2 boys rendered him completely unrecognizable, attacking his face specifically with blunt objects. This would be a theme throughout almost every single murder they would attack, is they always used blunt objects and they had a hyperfixation with attacking individuals in their face. On July 1st, 2 more victims would appear. Yevgenia and Nikolai were found murdered in a nearby town. Just 5 days after this, Victor and Igor would kill 3 separate people in the same night. A man named Igor, who they attacked when he was walking home from a nightclub. His mother would find him deceased in the morning, right outside their apartment building. After this attack, they went after an 28-year-old woman named Yelena, who, similarly to their original attack on Yekaterina, as the woman walked towards them, Igor took a hammer out from under his shirt and struck the woman several times, even after she had fallen onto the ground. Later this same night, the boys would take a third victim, ending the life of a woman named Valentina, a mother of 3 with a disabled husband at home. After these murders, 16 more would occur. Police were finding multiple victims almost every day for a 2-week period of time. These boys operated in a serial killing spree, which is not very common at all. There's not a lot of overlap between spree killers and serial killers. Most serial killers have a cool-off period. The whole thing about spree killers is they don't. These boys' cool-off period, at most, was about 5 days, which is one of the craziest things you can... It's one of the craziest things I've seen with a serial killer. Having this rapid pace at the numbers and brutality is something that I've almost never heard of. They explicitly went out of their way to get completely unassuming people they believe were easy to attack and vulnerable. People walking late at night, sometimes drinking, the elderly, women, vagrants, anyone they think they could just get away with attacking that wouldn't fight back. They were so absolutely disgustingly brutal, with certain victims being found with their eyes gouged out while they're still living, and even one pregnant woman being found with her baby cut out of her. Now, the prosecution for the boys never established a motive for any of these murders, but the media would put out the concept that all of these murders were carried out on film for money. They reported that the killers had planned to get rich from the murder videos. One suspect's girlfriend reported they planned to make 40 separate videos of murders. This was also corroborated by a former classmate who claimed he heard that Igor was in contact with an unknown rich foreign website operator who ordered 40 snuff videos and pay more money once they were made. These claims surrounding the boys doing it on camera in the gain of monetary profit was of course absolutely denied by government officials, and it was never really put into the court case officially as the occurrence or anything about the murder, but of course that did not stop the propagation of it. Now, they did film multiple murders, but only one would go online, and it would receive the now infamous title of 3 lunatics, 1 hammer. In this video, it shows the murder of a 48-year-old man named Sergei. He's viciously attacked on camera by a hammer in a bag, and later a screwdriver. The video is a total of 6 minutes long, and after the attack, they then discuss how the murder had surprised them on how long the victim was alive, and then proceed to clean their weapons. Both boys were given a life sentence, and even after an appeal that was attempted to the Supreme Court by their parents, who for some reason advocate their innocence, even though there is literally video of them killing multiple people, and they have their face in almost all of the videos, and they even pose taking pictures with each other when they mutilated and killed animals. Their parents still advocate that for some reason somehow they're completely innocent, and at the time there was no death penalty in Ukraine. There was a third boy who was arrested alongside with them, but in no conjunction with the murder. He was just in part of them robbing and selling things, because sometimes with their victims they would take their cell phones and go to secondhand stores or pawn shops and sell them, and that was actually how they ended up getting caught. They were attempting to sell one of their victims' cell phones for about 30 bucks and were able to be arrested and caught because they are absolute imbeciles. Once again, it was never made explicitly clear or confirmed that there was this secret snuff ring these teenage boys somehow had access to, and, you know, even if somehow they did, I think without them, they would have absolutely murdered people regardless if there was this concept of profit or not. But this, undeniably, if, you know, we take anything with a grain of salt, hey, maybe they did have some guy who was like, oh, you're killing people, I'll give you 30 bucks for a video, like, we have no clarification technically, and a lot of people do claim there was a lot of sweeping things under the rug and leaving people out and denying things in court that would implicate some federal officials, which, again, it's all hearsay. I don't like, you know, stating things that aren't completely real, but that it is thrown up in the air that this was all completely done for profit, and if it was, then this is a genuine, true occurrence of snuff. But for me, with this in conjunction with the next thing, is the final nail in the coffin and why I personally generally believe snuff films occur. The final nail in the coffin for me is one of the worst men to ever live on this entire planet, Peter Scully. I have absolutely no desire to talk about him or his heinous, absolutely disgusting crimes, but Peter Scully was a man who was arrested for making notorious CSAM and hurtcore. He made a video that has now gained a level of infamy online referred to as Daisy's Destruction. In this video, a child is tortured, and I do want to mention, because it is a lot of misinformation surrounding this. The child that was in that video was not killed, did not die. The last reports of that child is they are alive and in some sort of like social care setting. The child that was in this video and attacked did not die, was not killed. But Peter Scully did kill at least one child he used in hardcore material who was found buried in one of his homes. Now it is unconfirmed, or at least stated by the federal officials and police that were involved in arresting Scully, that he did not record the killing of this child and distribute it like he distributed many other things. He had his own production company running out of multiple houses where he lived, producing this disgusting material for vicious, disgusting people online. I would also like to mention Josh Duggar of 21 Kids and Counting or whatever had Daisy's Destruction on his computer along with a terabyte of CSAM and Horrorcore, who will eventually be out and released and probably have contact with his children because his wife is standing by him on all of his charges. Luckily, Peter Scully was arrested and is apprehended and will never be a free man again, but he was creating this material for individuals, so if the disgusting, stupid, vile one man got caught, there is literally there's no notion in my head that can't believe that there is a group of individuals going further who haven't been caught, and for all we know will never be caught, who are producing death on camera for profit, who are creating snuff films. I believe there is probably some inner tight circle so deep on the web that people like you and me will never even come astronomically close to ever surfacing or seeing anything surrounding it. Once you get onto these dark websites, you have to know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. When you get onto Tor browsing and streaming, it's not like Google. Like, you can't just like search up what you want. Like, you have to kind of already have an in, especially in these disgusting, heinous circles. Because if I know people hate when I'm like, oh, if you know about this, but like, getting into the deep web and dark web and like everything surrounding that and Tor browsers is such an absolutely elaborate and extensive thing that I also don't feel comfortable, knowledgeable enough to explain to you, but I will be showing this chart is things that aren't on the ClearNet. You have to use certain different browsers and ways to use computers in which you can't just access that right now on your computer. You can't just grab your, MacBook and just go on the dark web. That's not how any of this works. You have to, research a bit, acquire things, and then for getting to material like this, like, there is this connotation online that the whole, like, outside of ClearNet, like, everything's, like, heinous and crazy and, like, oh, there's all these drug websites and you just stumble across CSAM all the time, and it's, like, that's not really how it works. Like, absolutely there's, like, sites where you can find a bunch of, listed sites, but to be able to get to certain things, like where Peter Scully was creating and distributing things, you have to already be on disgusting parts of that internet and already have some sort of inner way into things and knowing. And as I've mentioned, I don't think snuff has thrived more with the internet age, and with this whole concept of people having this, like, scary overarching dark web, it's led to the now very infamous concept of a red room. Red rooms are truly where the current legend of snuff lays. No longer is the concept of a secret VHS dealer you have to find in dark basements. We're far more advanced for that. In 1990s Japan, a rumor would start that when you were on your computer, a red pop-up ad would come onto your screen stating, "Do you like I?" The pop-up would reappear after trying to close it, with text coming out of the vertical line. Over time, the text will say, "Do you like the red room?" What happens next varies on who tells you, but ultimately it almost always leads to the demise of the individual who was getting the pop-ups. It's believed to be traced back to a Flash horror game around the same time that had a very similar concept, and this is where I personally am going to think this bad game of telephone possibly started the influence of this concept of a red room. If you're unfamiliar, the idea of a red room is this live streaming website that is typically referred to being on the dark or deep web, where it is a live stream of someone being tortured, and you can even possibly pay to interact or choose how the individual is tortured on camera. One of the biggest issues with the concept of this is when you are on dark, deep, whatever you want to say, when you're not on ClearNet, you're typically more often than not on a Tor browser or other anonymous browsers. The issue with this is live streaming on these are extremely difficult. Of course, it's not impossible, but it is violently extremely hard to be able to live stream on Tor browsers. This whole concept of how evil and dark the deep or dark web is, about like how again you can just run into horrible heinous materials, is due in part to the fact of what is referred to as the Woosley effect. This is when a source is widely cited for a claim that the source does not adequately support, giving the claim undeserved credibility. It's essentially spreading this concept of a fact on just words without actual material to support it. It's similar to circle journalism, where I almost said something else. It's similar to circle journalism, in which it is a regurgitation of the same thing over and over again without basis or fact supporting it. One of my absolute favorite movies in the whole world would start establishing the aesthetics of Red Rooms, just like Snuff would establish the aesthetics of snuff films. That film being David Cronenberg's Videodrome. In 1983, David Cronenberg would invite us to the idea of an underground live satellite TV show called Videodrome, showing the torture of a woman in a plain, empty orange room, where we end up falling into madness trying to figure out what is real and what isn't, with the escalation of the depravity of the general population reaching new heights of violence for pleasure. Now, as Red Rooms are essentially the cousin to Snuff films, it is very similar to Snuff. The idea of this Red Room, once again, is lone single girl being tortured on cam. Again, low budget, garbage quality, gritty, disgusting brutality. One of the films that genuinely reminds me a lot to the concept of a Red Room, of course, outside of Videodrome. Videodrome is like, this is, I, again, would absolutely argue, this is like the first instance of Red Room in media is Videodrome. It's from 1983. Like, this was the first concept of, you know, you turn onto a channel and you're receiving a live stream of a woman being tortured, which absolutely differs from Snuff films. But the film August Underground and the whole franchise, I personally have only ever seen the first one, shows the POV of essentially two sadistic psycho serial killers who are just doing depraved, disgusting stuff on film. Now, both of these points I just mentioned to you are absolutely fictional media, just establishing visuals and baselines for things. But as I mentioned with Peter Scully creating real, genuine, illegal, violent, disgusting material for purchase, for monetary gain online, there is absolutely no reason in my heart of hearts to not believe there is someone killing people on camera for money, creating genuine snuff films, as much as the government would love to deny it. Like, once again, if the government tells you something isn't real, it's probably real. I genuinely believe there's most likely somewhere so deep and under lock and key where you yourself can purchase that depict murder and violence and torture on video that are completely made for the gain of monetary profit. That only those who themselves provide their own material and money are in a web of true inhumane identity and action who have access to these films. Now, why in the world would anyone want to watch or buy a snuff film? Well, we kind of have some sort of idea of this due to the fact there are people who currently, you know, watch and enjoy gore videos. When it comes to gore, there's quite a few options. A big part I hear a lot of people refer to is just morbid curiosity. Some people need to see something to believe it to exist. Like, I personally am completely satiated by words. I don't need to see anyone's bones breaking, but there are people who need to see people's bones breaking. It is one of those weird things in their brain where they just have to see it. I completely understand curiosity. Arguably, I'm too curious, as you could see. But the concept of being so curious you just need to see someone be torn apart is unfortunately not that abnormal to hear. Part of watching gore too is some people get desensitized to genuine violence and seeing it fed to them all the time, or if that's purely the media they themselves seek out, eventually you get almost a tolerance to it and you'll kind of keep escalating and building. Again, I'm referring to people that are watching gore videos. When it comes to snuff videos themselves, I believe a major part of it is pleasure gratification. And specifically with snuff is, hey, if you're commissioning someone for the video, like, you get to pick, and like, that plays this power dynamic into the situation of your gratification, as you have arguably, God, I hate to put it like this, but like, it's like you have the hand of God at that point. You are now in this position of choosing life or death and how death occurs. And there are some people that are so sick that is their greatest pleasure in life. And again, human brains are weird and some people are just wired so absolutely insane. I don't think we will ever be able to fully study or comprehend how brains function, and there are people out here who that is their goal, their pleasure, their main, that is what they want. They want to kill people for their own gratification, and they will pay for that to occur for them if they are rich or powerful enough for something like that to happen. I think a lot of the gore watchers, more often than not, at least from my personal experience, are, again, there's absolutely a ton of people who are adults and do it, but I think a lot of it is adolescence. When I was a teenager, it was like, genuinely, we would be at lunch tables pulling up best score, being like, oh my god, because when you're a teenager, I don't think you have a genuine concept of life itself. Like, I know you're gonna be like, that's insane, or like, when I was a teenager, but like, I myself and my friends, I feel pretty confident in, like, we didn't have a genuine concept of what life was, what it means, things like that, and honestly, teenagers are some of the most unempathetic individuals we will ever come across, so I think a lot of gore stuff does usually come down to edgy teenagers, enjoyers, but there are a large group of people who have this, you know, morbid curiosity, sick fascination, just, I made a point to not watch any of that stuff for years now, because I remember, like, I was probably, like, 17 the last time I saw a video, and it was bad. I was just like, why are we watching this? Why are we watching people die? Like, this isn't funny anymore. And I think, again, when you're a teenager, it's just, like, consuming the most extreme material you could possibly get your hands on, because all you're doing is having all these hormones and emotions and everything's changing, and it's like,
oh.
Yes, but not here. A place with a strong connection. We must go to the Temple of Belial in Kyrgyzstan. Meet me outside the temple. I wish I knew more. Belial. His minions will defend this. I must wear the mask in order to commune with Belial. Then, once the connection is made, we'll...
People. I'm not fond of people.
Need something forged?
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Diablo 4 digital artist
Like, you
in
just keep
Helldivers
feeling
new
and
faction.
escalating and like, I don't know. It's just, it's so insane. And nowadays we have this, like, it's odd because, again, even I'm 25 and we had shock sites still. And I know people, like, 5 years below me didn't. Like, they didn't have access or comprehension of shock sites. So I think now there is a bigger desensitization to gore. But, I mean, a higher sensitivity to gore, but, like, a desensitivity to violence. So it is very... It's very interesting to see it, because I feel like a lot of people are more squeamish, but, like, all day, every day, we're fed violent content constantly, everywhere, so now I'm just rambling. But again, people who are purchasing or buying snuff films are different. That is a breed of its own, and once again, I genuinely believe them to exist. And I want to reiterate, one final time for people watching this, the current recognized situation surrounding snuff by the federal government is murder that is committed on camera in the means of creating the material to then distribute and get monetary profit and gain from. Death on camera is not snuff. That is its own entity, completely separate aside from it. But with that, that was the grim reality of snuff, or whatever I'm calling this on take 2. I know this video is, like, absolutely not going to do as well as it did the first time, but I put some effort into this, and I think it is a very fascinating topic to discuss with people, so I wanted to remake this video, and I'm hoping I don't get in trouble again. That would be so amazing if I didn't get in trouble again. So if you made it all the way to the end of this video, and I know it's a long one, thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it, and thanks for everyone who's liking, commenting, and subscribing. And once again, thank you to all the members of the channel. You really do mean the most. And I know I keep saying and, I'm just like, I just can't believe I'm redoing this video. It's, like, kind of crazy. To be fair, I'm an idiot, which, again, shocker, how many times I'm gonna say an idiot in a video, but, like, lost the footage. That's on me. So we're re-recording it. I was meant to wear lip liner, I guess. Someone on the street yelled at me and told me I looked like Pete Burns, so let me know who I look like down below. And with that, once again, thanks for watching, liking, commenting, and subscribing. If you like this video, what video would you like? Hey, maybe you like the last upload I had about necropants and the wacky world of Icelandic witchcraft. With that, I will see you next time. Bye.
If I cannot be in the wilderness, this will do. Until spring.
I carry the best shards of the heavens. I've many fine pieces, rare and be. May the light keep you. Precious stones to catch the light. Come and see.
What will it be? Come back if you need work.
Father bless.
Another time, then.
Father bless. What do you need? Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
O, zdravo gospodin Jovanoviću, gde ste? Kasno sam
Pa ja
vas primetio.
pričam dobar dan kao šuntav, ali ne vredi, džabe pričam.
A džaba ti, nisam ja rekao si ti šuntav. Ne znam ko je ovaj tip. Ne znam ko je ovaj tip. Apsolutno nemam pojma. Ko si bre ti? To napiše.
Ma ko si bre ti?
Čini mi se ponaša kao da se poznajem. Pojma. Ne poznajem ga ni ovako. Naravno što nekako su to jedni od onih što stalno menje niko je. Sad očekuje da ja poznajem ga po stilu pisanja i po duhovitostima. Znaš.
Pa jedino je Zola bio zadnji na ovaj Discordu.
Jedino ako...
Jel krenula ta jebena sezona u Diablu? Jel vredi kom kursu nešto?
Imaš free Battle Pass koji ti donosi 200 kredita. To je sad novo. To ti je garantovano 200. Treba ti 5-6 sezona da odigraš da bi kupio jedan Battle Pass.
Dobro, pošteno i to je lepo od njih.
A šta je sa onih prethodnih 5-6 sezona? Ništa.
Pa ništa,
jebi ga. To je bilo.
Seratori, šta da kažem drugo?
Ništa. Plati pa se plati. Koji sve živ.
To ti pričam. To ti pričam.
Imaš nekakve sotonske moći i to ti je to je novo.
Satanic Power.
Jeste, za 5-6 dana treba da izađe novi Warbond za Helldiver 2, nevjerojatno će biti neki novi onaj, slično kao što je bilo ono Escalation of Freedom za Illuminate, tako će ti biti sad isto nešto novo. Da, vidjet ćeš. Ne znam koliko se rekao, 5-6 filmata.
Interesting.
Jesi, kažem ja.
Father, won't you come visit me?
Baš ću poslije da stavim Diabla, nek si skine.
Nemaš ti mesta na hard disku za sve to.
Imam, na Sonyu imam.
Na Sonyu možda.
Pa na Sonyu, zato sam ga uzeo za Sony jebi ga.
Samo zbog toga.
najviše, jer ja, brate, nemam komp. Ja imam Steam Deck.
Jeftinije ti je bilo da uzmeš, promeniš internu memoriju za Steam Deck, nego da kupiš za...
Nije ona baš jeftino, 1 terabajt ili 2 terabajta, pogledaj koliko košta.
Ne znam koliko košta konkretno taj model koji ide u konzole.
Ide u taj konzole normalno, valjda može to da se izgubo, da se nađe, ali mislim da je baš fino.
Liamf. Welcome to my channel. Hey buddy, I really admire the effort you put into your streams. I'd love to join you next time. Add me on Discord, Liam. Liamf. Thanks for following.
Hoćeš kurac malo. Majmunčina jedna. Mene juri.
Jesi odradio već taj in-game event ili?
Ne, on je gotov. Poduvo sam ga ja za in-game event.
Što si mogo da uradiš? Mogo si
sve sam uradio sem tog zadnjeg taska i gotovo. Jebim u majku. Nisam mogao taj zadnji korak i gotovo. Ono, faktički, sve rewardove sam uzeo sem zadnjeg za kozmetiku, jednog survivora i jednog killera, samo glava, bukvalno kozmetika. Ceo set sam uzeo, znaš. Ono, donji, gornji deo, oružje, sve to je cool. Sva ona dodatna sranja, portreti, baneri, frame-ovi, pitaj magarac više šta. I sve sam to pokupio. Ali ta dva zadnja nisam.
Kako si to fino objasnio.
A jebi ga, ne volim kad nemam nešto kompletirano.
Znam.
Odvratno mi to.
Prozivao sam te bio tu kad je Kecman bio. Onaj Slavko daje pare na koje kakve gluposti, gori nego ja.
Pa jebi ga.
Mora da imate 3 verzije istog uklopa. Zato što je to mora. To je Slavko, ja neću. Kolekcionar.
Jebote, šta se ovo dešava? Ljudi igraju retardirano, predali su se generalno. Pa da.
Jel još uvijek imaš ljudi ili imaš bota trenutno?
Ljudi. Ma sad ću ja da se switchujem na Warhammer. Ovo prvo ovako partije mi udare u živac i jedu mater.
I ne možeš da se oporaviš.
Daj i ćao. Ma da, bolje da se nerviram tamo jebi ga nego ovdje. I ipak je ovo baš dobro, jeste i ono timski, nema šta tamo, ne može se kurčiš sam. Ali jebi ga. Evo ovaj. Trčka i to je to, da.
Jel uvijek ima jedan što se krije u ormanu?
Pa za sad ne, za sad.
Još uvijek nisi počeo se skrivi po ormanu.
Maja.
Dobro.
Ovo je još gore od toga, ovo je toliko znači igra kao debilčić.
Debilko. Joj. Kako si oplapo njima?
Pa mislim, nelogično se igra skroz. Znači, apsolutno sve kontra. Evo, ja dolazim da spasem lika, on se vuče.
On se vraća. Šta radi?
Pa ono, hoće da se skine s kuke, ono...
Da se
tri
zamakne.
puta da, ako ono...
Hoće da se
Da,
zamakne.
da je završio karijeru, da.
A ne, možda namjerno će se samo ubiti, znaš. Da nema neki zadatak u onoj biblioteci da moraš da... Ono kako se zove, da moraš da kao skineš se s kuke. Te ako to uradiš, ne znam, dobiješ poen ili šta ti ja znam.
Moguće.
Mislim, pitam tebe, jer mora da ima. Jeli?
Pa da.
Neki challenge, nešto. Onda nešto...
Pa imaš i za to perkove isto, brate. Ako nekog si skinuo s kuke, razumiš, pre toga. Definitivno imaš sljedeću 100% da možeš da...
Sam sebe smakneš.
Da.
To duše računati se kao da te taj put namako, pa ako te opet ukeba, najbolj si. Jel to?
Pa generalno, znači ako sa igraču pomogneš da ga skineš safely, znači safely s kuke, taj perk ti se pali i ono, ako te sljedeće neko...
Ako ti završiš sljedeći na kuki, možeš sam sebe skineš s kuki.
Jest, sa 100% učinkom, jel te,
Da, i to čuvaš kao keca u rukavu kad ono, killer misli da je pobedio.
Baš to.
We demand blood.
Motherfucker. Nema čovječe tip Terror Radius uopšte.
Koji killer? Taj
Ne, ovo ja igram sad Chaos Shuffle je krenuo, znaš.
Dobro.
Nema nikakve rewardove ili ono, svako u startu partije klikneš jednostavno, ne možeš da biraš perkove, 4 komade kad krene partija, random, šta ti padne ti killeru, padne survivorima, pa izvolite majstore pokažu znanje.
Snalazite se. Da, to sam gledao da oci igraju, onaj Hans, kako se zove Nemac.
Sad ovom recimo Death Slingeru je palo apsolutno, nema čovjek Terror Radius jebote.
Stalno ili?
Pa evo sad ga ima trenutno pa ga nema.
Malo ima, malo nema.
Pa da. Malo ima, malo nema. Čak nije s ovim perkovima, većinom ne upotrebljavam ih, razumeš, ali jebote imaš skill. Znaš mapu, znaš sve štekove, šta, kako. Ako nemaš, ostalo imaš mozak, jevi.
Kako je šure meteorije.
What is this?
Ručak je u tanjiri.
Dobro. Mora bi nešto da ručam, ako hoćeš možemo malo kasnije da igramo Dark Tide, ako budeš teo.
Može.
Mislim, ono... Ako imaš i dalje, ono, namjeru da to...
Da, to najverovatnije da. Dark Tide.
Mračna plima. Sada nakupim tih 75 pojena. Da otvorim škrinje, da uzem malo XP-a.
Pametno. Molim! Dobro.
Dobro.
Koliko može da bude interesantno ovaj Chaos Shuffle,
Da.
toliko može da bude jebeno frustrirajuće.
Zbog?
Pa za sva igrača. Ljudi, znaš, hajde stari likovi koji mi imamo, kao mi, mnogo sati, razumeš ono, jebote, kao što rekao, znaš mate, znaš mehaniku, znaš ono, jebote bez ičega. Kao neki ovo, kao da imaju dve leve noge, mislim, neverovatno kako ljudi igraju. Ja da ti pustim stream, ovo je ludilo.
Pa ja pustim stream kako si igrali ovi sve što su bili na jedan život. Kad sam igrao Helldivera. Ja ne znam. To je. Pojma nemam kako to da piše.
Pa bre, mi možemo kasnije i Helldiver. Ja sam sutra tek treći.
Da li bi mogli da me ne ubijemo? Hvala. U Helldiverima imamo 3-4 fronta da radimo. Znači, toliko su nas razvukli. Da vidiš na šta liči globalna mapa ko riziko da igraš. Znači, ne znaš gde ćeš pre da odeš. To ti je kosu da čupaš. Možeš i bube, slobodno. Tako će prvo.
Dobre. Ako će.
Ovdje da jedem nešto.
Ajde, brale. Šta da kažem?
Dobro. Šta?
Motherfucker.
TTV Scarlet. Welcome to my channel.
to radi.
Ehe.
Ne znam ko si.
Cepa se.
Šta god. Prijatan.
Cepa se polako. Krenu k misiju s randomima. Nek mi Bog Gospod u pomoći.
Čekaj, mogu ja to i bolje.
You are more...
Mogu ja to i bolje, ne znam ko je tip. Ignore. Ignore. Mute.
Mute. Beauty.
Mute. Ne ignore, nego mute.
Mute, unmute.
Blog zapravo. Ignore. Delete. Možda neću da pišem s tom osobom, ne znam ko je. Ako je Zola, vjerojatno pokušava bude duhovita, ali u tom slučaju...
Pa vjerovatno.
Vjerojatno pokušava da bude duhovit, nisam siguran. Ne volim ako s nekim da se nateže ko misli da ne poznaje.
Ma da bre. Kako ljudi ne kapiraju da je ovo escape from stress?
Escape from tako. Šalim se. O Bože. Nisam došao da se stresiram, znaš. Mogu i da ugasim, znaš. Skinem slušalice s glave, legnem, gledam u platformu, razumeš, ne svađa se nisam. A neki ljudi dođe do tada i svađa. Čemu to? Joj da ne spominjem, ali ono kad uzme da se prebira politika domaća, to je tek vrh. Ti si danas radio prvu?
Prvu.
Super. Sutra s prve.
A da.
Jel ti više odgovara prva nego sve ostale?
Ne, sutra sam trojka, ne, tako mi raspored jednostavno.
Mislim, znam da, ne mogu ni ja puno da biram, znaš. Ozone uzmi ili ostavi. Ako mi treba više slobodnih dana, odem kod doktora, kažem da sam hronično umoran, što nekad nije laž. I nekad mi izađe u susred, nekad ne. U suštini, to ni ne radim, osim ako nisam stvarno umoran. Onda se već i vidi po meni da mi nije dobro. Sela čanđava mehana.
Hey Snake, yo, what's up? Good afternoon to you. Did you like rewards these events? Which kind of rewards? This business?
He's probably talking about the event, like skins and the
Oh,
battle
literally
pass
everything.
boards.
Well, it seems like I'm not impressed that much. Yeah, I'm not impressed with the. Yeah.
Yeah, the skins are growing on me. I think the welding skins are a little bulky, in my opinion. And some of these weapons are like they're pretty cool, but then some of the welding ones, which just look like hack jobs, like hack welding jobs on the guns. It's like they're just not very clean, and if anything, they probably offend really skilled welders who would be like, that's a terrible looking job. I would have welded that gun. That's better than that. I don't know. It's kind of cool though.
Yeah.
The concept of it,
the dynamites.
maybe they spent
I like it.
Yeah, maybe they spent a little more time on the delivery. Maybe it would have been good, but then again, they're trying to fix the game right now. They're probably not trying to put too much time into making killer events right now, especially trying to meet the level of Murder Circus, because the amount of content and the bar that they set for Murder Circus was so high. It's like they can't do that every time.
That's true.
I think they have to dumb it down a little bit so that we can get another special event and then come back from it.
Oh yeah. Well, with that I agree with you, but I think they really need to focus to fix the game, the issue and everything, because right now the main thing is the game and the issue, not like the skin or the characters or the gun skin or the animation, because that is not important, like literally right now, because that sucks. And also like they should like put the DCL, like the characters also like with the buying with the blood bonds and everything, because sometimes people have to pay a lot of money while the game is actually not that good. So the lagging and stuff.
I mean, performance-wise, certain frame drops, and I'm still getting freezes. I'll freeze for like 2 or 3 seconds in a match, and I think it's something to do with tabbing out or hitting Alt or something like that. When you Alt tab out or tab back into the game, it like freezes for a couple seconds. So there's just little bugs that they need to fix still. But Snake is saying that there's rumors DeSalle map is coming back in June. Yeah, I would like to see DeSalle back. I missed that map.
I missed that map too. It was literally the first map that I played, the Hunt Showdown or whatever.
Yeah. I always liked the lower DeSalle compound. It was just, like the old west town with the saloon. Man, that place is cool.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that one.
Or the prison. Man, the prison fights were fun.
Oh, you mean like the big prison, like the fucking big one, like up in the mountain? Yeah, man. Oh my god, it's long time, very long time that I played that one.
What was that, King Mine or whatever, the one in the upper left? The coal mine.
Oh yeah, that is also that thing on it. Yeah.
King Snake, yeah. King Snake Mine.
Oh my god, that's there! Good morning! Good morning!
Yes, we can dream. We can dream about Artist Sal coming back.
Počekam te, nemate online.
Be good to see.
Well, if that coming back, please fix the issue, because then we cannot like, how you call it, see that is the only thing that is actually a bug. Not the whole map is a bug, but literally the bug that is actually in the map. And oh my god, with the invincible shot and everything on the buddy's guy, and even fucking try to headshot someone, it's invincible. You're not tapping their brain or whatever. You're not hitting them. That shit they should fix very fast, because it's looking like Apex Legends right now, because you're body tapping someone and you try to kill someone with a lot of bullets and it's not hitting them and it's not killing them. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, well, Hunger needs to get the frickin' beta.
Oh, yeah, I hope the Hunger is not going to be replaced of the Hunt Showdown.
No. I think in a way I'll probably always come back to Hunt, you know, for some matches and stuff, because
Ajmo. Prvo moram da upalim Steam. Ja nemam običaj da držim upaljeno 2-3 onoga launchera. Tipa, ne znam, Epic Store, Steam, Ubisoft, Rockstar, znaš, tako razne stvari.
Pametno.
A ne znam da li je pametno.
Ili imamo Millstorm misiju u sredini na trojku, mora probamo.
Nema šta da probaš, to ćeš završiti sigurno na trojku, nije to frka. Kakav je to crossover? Samo sekundu. Warhammer Dark Tide. Počevši od 30. aprila, bit limited Void and Hide crossover. You can grab both Dark Tide and Rogue Trader in a single bundle. A, dobro. Rogue Trader ti je nešto drugo, ako sam dobro shvatio. Rogue Trader je malo drugačiji tip igre nego Dark Tide.
Ne bih znao kasti.
Ne znam nije. Na Nenad. On je više kao ono horde shooter, a Rogue Trader je nešto drugačije. Koliko botova, krv ti jebe. I naravno, šta misliš kime igram?
Sam sa sobom, šta?
Medicare. For the super earth.
Da, to su radili ekstra.
Koliko su odjela nastavili, manje za 3 broja. Da će sada stave neki crossover da bude 5. ili 6.
Kakav crossover?
Za ovaj jebeni Helldiver. Rekli su da će još jedan crossover da urade, ono je bilo sa onom kako se zove igrom kliknuo sam na accept, alright. Alright. Ali nema veze.
Gledaš, ogen?
Jes, kliknu za negdje.
Čudi me da ovu sredinu, ovaj Millstorm da je na trojici, sad uglavnom je na
random.
Petici.
Trojka je minimalno što možda igraš.
pa ajde vidimo šta kaže.
Your next assignment is a sanctioned
Ne znam šta kaže,
reductors in
budući da nas ubacuje.
HL 1866. The torrent to some.
Znaš šta ti je Maelstrom? Maelstrom ti samo svake nedelje možeš da uradiš jedan Maelstrom da bi uopšte mogu da igraš Havok. A Havok ne možeš da igraš ako nemaš četvoro, neću kažem troje, četvoro, da. Četvoro. To što smo ga i ti i Drakula prešli kao dvojac, ne znači ništa. Znači da smo, umjesto da igramo 20 minuta, igrali 45 minuta. Jesi tu svestan toga?
Pa, otprilike.
Nema potrebe, razumeš, da igramo jedan meč sat vremena. Ja ne poznajem toliko ljudi, znam onoga jednog drugara iz Amerike, on ponekad igra. Ako bude teo da igra, piti će i on Havoka. To dođe vidiš što ja poznajem.
Maintenance area HL 1866, D16. It is in shoddy repair.
Ili ne gledi ovdje. Samo idemo ovdje.
Nisu ni ovo pogledali. Rapper incoming. Evo ga dole.
Čekaj, jebo mater sad ovim enemy.
I još jedan. Two of them.
I sniper.
Ide trapper. Opušti.
Lagan.
Znam. Baš za to. A ovo laguje nešto slabo. Ovo nešto laguje, brate. Znaš?
Kaže gdje ćeš?
On... Šta se desilo? S kilometara si gađa bacačem plamen. Naravno. Amazing, really.
There'll be more coming, so stay fragging alert! Save your breath for fighting, why don't ya?
Mola.
Odakle je došao? Odakle je došao? Odakle se stvorio? Ti znaš da nema mjesto odakle mogu da dođi?
Iz rupe?
Kakva rupa? Nema tamo rupe.
Pa možda ima neka šakta.
Nema ništa.
Evo ga. Iza nas. Da čuješ?
Čujem ga ne vidim. Nisam uspeo. Vediamo. Vedi, one su saravane. Vidi.
Znam, vidi.
Saravane.
Medicaid station!
Medicaid.
Activate ascender D16. Proceed to upper levels.
Šta smo ostali ovdje?
Ne znam, ovdje stoji na mrde, gore ta si.
The
Bukvalno nema ništa da se pokupi, ajde, uzeli smo 2-3 specijalista, ali ono, nema potrebe za ovo. Nemam ja granatni lancer, nemam ja dometno. Ovaj lik igra, ne mogu da verujem. Mene ga tamo napred, prvo će ga zgrapiti, znači. Gledaj. DK, yourself.
Ascender D16 deployed. Egress feasible.
Ajmo gore.
No mora se ih vidi.
Ovaj dečko ide, ovaj mir i mnogo brzo ide napred i...
Proceed through hab block HL 1866.
To brzo ide, to se nemam ja potrebe si healam. Ja konkretno ne. Nije bilo potrebe za ovim, dole ink sam vidio svašta nešto, znaš što ne treba. Demon Host. Vidjet ćeš sam tebe. Gdje ćeš ti, da si ja, majka, marš. Ne mogu ja, moram okolo. Ne mogu da prođem, on je gore tamo sam, idiot. Evo vi šta uradi sve. Šta jedna budala uradi, trojica ne mogu da isprave, znaš. Gledaj ovo. Ejde, bre. Vuci se.
Demon head.
I've known some stuffed shirts in my time, but Melk's something special.
That would be Sir Darius Melk, holder of the endless march.
Ni ne vidi se, vidio sam kao nešto zeleno u podu, znaš.
I have seen his swords abuse the privileges of their rank all too often. What is that stench?
Kod mene je ovaj Medicaid.
Evo ti granate tamo, pored tebe, pored noge ti gledaj, si vidio? Probaj, si uzor. Kamo da se budio. Gdje ovo vidio?
Judicial Enforcement Station TN-8707. So soon? Good.
Šeta se među nama I samo
Go through big courtroom to metal boxes. Target is with the metal boxes. Understand?
Rock to the face!
Sounds like a hunt!
Dobro. Behind the strapper. Taj će biti seksi, gledaj ovo sad. Gledaj, vidiš? Sve.
Morate ja ničas. Jedu ga.
Your next assignment is a sanction redactors in HAB Zone HL 1866. The torrent to some. End waypoint is Judicial Enforcement Station TM8707. The target can be found within. Approaches to be made through the underhabs. Try to preserve the element of surprise.
Back to the squad, idiot.
Ilijan.
Sorry, game crash.
Moram da idem do tu na pola, pa jebi ga.
Piči, radi šta moraš.
Hooray!
Explain to me this indomitable crusade, yes?
Get out of there!
Guilty!
No need for fancy shots!
The sum of your parts is greater than the individual. In other words, group up.
Gamer! This road is a friendly one!
Slučajte svako mora da ovdje.
Easy now, soldier. Don't settle on. I reckon you've been practicing. don't suppose you lot fancy behaving like real soldiers? You say that to a king? More of a fool than you look. Oh, and suddenly this feels like a suicide mission.
Never really sure where I stand with Rannick, if I'm honest.
Burn but bear, yes?
Barrel's gonna blow! Ready, pack time!
Break so very easily.
Target declining. Victory projected.
Left him. Жалко место. Ну и что? Kako sam ih isprvacio? Ko decu. GG.
Jer vam se čini da vam ovo jebeni Petrov ih zajedno ne...
Radi kljakavu.
Da, i meni.
Ne čini ti se ništa.
Kad sam znao slučajno sam morao upaliti gasiti kompletno.
Ti pritisneš dugme da... Ja sam ti jučer rekao, pritisnem dugme da izbegnem nešto i ništa.
Da postoji neki delay
Da, ima. Nema moći nego tvoje komande i toga što se desi na ekranu.
Mislim, to jeste jako malo, ali...
Dovoljno da pogineš. Toliko je malo. Da ti ja objasnim.
Je, imaju laga dosta.
Ja vidim to je više bitno da to ne bude one click build.
Ilija, dolazi nekakav veliki update u 7 Days to Die?
Ne znam, neki winter update, samo ne znam tačno kada.
Ne, nekakav 2.0 update i mijenjaju sve od grafike do izgleda...
Igra već izgleda dobro, nisam siguran šta bi ti napravio više.
Sve mijenjaju, kompletno, doslovno...
Teksture mijenjaju, šta?
Da, teksture, da sve izgleda realnije, priroda...
Ja ne vidim bilo kakav razlog da mijenjaju bilo šta.
A dobro, teksture koje oni koriste sad su ono default Unity, razumeš, teksture, znaš. Oni mogu da ih naprave da budu optimizovanije, znaš, da bolje ih loaduje kao asset, ono.
I kao... lutanje toga svega, to kao da navodno da kompletnu igru mijenjaju doslovno i da bu drugačije izgledali zombi će dobit AI mogućnost i takve gluposti. Kao sad kroz 1 ili 2 tjedna dolazi update. Trebao je već biti, ali su ga nešto pomaknuli sad za 2 tjedna valjda. Oružje je drugačije, kao realističnije izgleda oružje i tak to sve.
Ne pa te obaćamo, možemo.
Već imam igru. Jel to ti kažeš?
Imam je ja, da, ali velim, igra ne izgleda loše, ali izgleda, vidiš da izgleda zastarjelo, znači, onda se valjda hoće malo poboljšati da izgleda modernije. Makar sad gledam, danas sam gledao malo, nekakva igra je sad u playtestu, Ark Rider se zove. Kao za to kažu da bi mogla biti sljedeći Bing Bang. Vidim da je već ljudi igraju. Da ima zvuk ko Hunt, da ima jebeni zvuk.
Hunt više nema dobar zvuk, zajebali su ga sa njihovim update.
Hunt više nema ništa dobro. Jučer sam ti stavio sliku u General.
Si vidio što sam ja stavio za one, kako se zovu...
To, ali nisam gledao skroz.
Nisi gledao sve, da.
To su
Pa ja sam
cheateri, šta?
Imaš da staviš prevod dole da ti piše. Vjerojatno možda staviš na hrvatskom ako hoćeš da ti prevede sa ruskog na hrvatski. Ja stavim neki... taj lik uglavnom neki ruski novinar, gamer. Na intervjusu je bio čitara da pita. Imaš takav cheat da ti uvodeš karticu u kompjuter i on ti ne komunicira sa procesorom i već ti komunicira direktno sa radnom memorijom kompjutera. Koliko svi daleko idu, razumiješ da bi čitali.
A gledao sam Huge, sam gledao danas jutro dok sam pio kavu, on isto veli da tipa u tjedan dana šta je igro, od ne znam koliko je napisao, 4.500 ljudi našo je 280 cheatera.
A dobro, on to radi više što se kaže za te kao YouTube klikove i lajkove. Ne zato što je... I Huge. Isti Huge, gledao sam ga da kampuje čoveka 30 minuta, razumeš, zato što je umro i neće da se revivuje odmah, pao je u vodu. I Huge uzme, otvori na drugom monitoru onaj GeoGuessr, gdje pogađaš lokaciju, onu igru. I ne znam, uzme to da igra na streamu i čekao ga je pola sata da se ustane. Kada Riku udari right button, ovaj ga je ubio instant. Pola sata čekao. Pa, nije znao da ima nekromancer, nego po stilu igre je provalio da je solo, znaš. A također provalio da je namjerno pao u vodu, kad ga je sterao, znaš, u tesnac. Da je namjerno pao u vodu da bi mogao kasnije da se revivuje, znaš. Ne treba biti neki...
Sad ja gubio toliko vremena da...
A ti ne bi, ni ja ne bi, razumeš, ima ljudi koji bi, razumeš, o tome se radi, ali to je malo onako sociopatsko ponašanje, ono. Čemu to? Čemu to? Ima.
This unit wishes to serve.
In the roof.
Copy that.
I think it's second team.
Serve with honor.
Very good.
Yes. Very nice.
Hey, welcome to episode 3 of The Last of Us series, season 2 on HBO. And we are still doing episode by episode because I'm very curious, how does the show fare after the big episode 2, where Pedro, Pascal, and Joel is no longer
these
alive,
guys don't miss.
Kilt, and now the show will have to be carried by Abby and Ellie.
But something like, this is a great episode.
200 hours
and I'm
don't
going
miss.
out. Next,
Yes, of course.
Ellie visits the...
The previous 18 or so months have not been particularly kind to our favourite genre of co-op heisting games, known pretty much only to me as Payday likes. Not only did Payday 3 completely fail to hit the mark by every imaginable metric, setting the genre back about 10 years in the process and leaving the entire franchise's future in limbo, interest in creating similar games has waned when compared to the co-op heisting gold rush of the mid-2010s, when everyone from EA to Rockstar wanted a piece of the pie. The heyday of Payday, if you will. However, it's not all doom and gloom in 2025. In fact, regardless of Payday 3's uncertain future, and despite D&D licensed Project Backshots unlikely to appeal to fans of the series, there is a glimmer of heisting and co-op shooter DNA-riddled hope on the horizon. This video is going to act as somewhat of a State of the Union for Payday and heist-like games, covering the current pick-up-and-play experiences of already released titles such as the classic Payday 2, infamous Payday 3, or hilarious Crime Boss Rocket City, as well as the development status of other impending releases, including Den of Wolves and distant cousins of the genre, such as the upcoming and recently delayed Killing Floor 3. That said, let's discuss the future of Payday likes, starting with where I'm most familiar, Payday 3's predecessors, Payday the Heist and Payday 2, which are still going strong enough to keep the community engaged. Whilst you might assume there's no reason to play Payday the Heist, given so much of its original content has been replicated within Payday 2, there has been a renaissance of sorts in recent years, as its unique gameplay feel, hardcore grounded mechanics, and in particular excellent characterization that make Payday games so memorable, feels worth experiencing at once. Of course, it can't compete with Payday 2 when it comes to scope of content though. The quality might be inconsistent in places, but with over 10 years of development behind it, Payday 2 is massive. The build, heist, and weapon variety is unlike pretty much anything else the genre has to offer, making it undoubtedly the most must-play of all games I'm gonna discuss on this list. While Starbreeze have done a fair bit of inexplicable and undocumented self-sabotage to the game since Payday 3's release, adding new bugs and making unpopular changes, if you take a step back and look at Payday 2 for what it is, you'll still find yourself in awe of the sheer scale of the beast. Just be aware, licensed content is steadily disappearing. As of August of last year, characters like John Wick, Bodhi, and Jimmy joined Scarface as no longer available if you didn't already own them in-game, whilst even associated heist and weapon content is starting to expire. It's a massive shame that will make Payday 2 a less enticing proposition for new players, but is, I suppose, the logical endpoint of Bo going balls to the walls with the licensed collabs back in the day. Payday 2 remains an absolute giant of the genre, but sadly doesn't command the reputation it once did. And whilst I'm not going to linger on it for too long, as I made my thoughts fairly clear in this recent video, Payday 3 remains a playable option with a stable enough, if dwindling, player base, although thanks to the highly requested ChromeNet functionality and the presence of crossplay, it's much more playable online than it once was. Offline mode looks to be permanently out of reach, but the game has admittedly come a decent way since launch in terms of playability. its greatest crime has always been expecting rapturous applause for implementing base features, making it almost impossible to work up ahead of Steam and win back a proper community with truly impactful releases. As a result, the future looks extremely bleak. Despite an incredibly well-received February update, including a massive overhaul to the overskill system and the addition of fan-favourite crossover character Jacket, that momentum has been well and truly lost in the wake of almost 3 months with no news and a completely stagnant game state. With Plaion in disarray, it's tough to say what's coming next, and whilst we know there are 2 heists currently in development for the game, with at least 1 update, including Armor 2.0, penned in for May 26th, we also know there's a massively reduced team currently working on it, so set expectations accordingly. Anyone closely following the news of other goings-on at Starbreeze Entertainment will know the company's very existence is once again riddled with uncertainty. On that cheery note, I do feel I'd be remiss not to also mention the bright light that is notoriety a Payday experience. I've covered this Payday 2 inspired Roblox game twice on my channel in the past 6 months, and despite concluding Payday 2 would be a better starting point for most, do have a hell of a lot of respect for what Moonstone Games has achieved and continues to achieve with this title. There's plenty of unique mechanics, systems and heists to try out, and the game continues to receive sizable updates, getting fun new tools like akimbo weapons, new levels of infamy, and most recently, the return of Payday 2's nightclub heist, something Payday 3 can only dream of. Well worth a try if you can get past the stigma of it being stuck on Roblox. Speaking of games with a fair bit of stigma attached, Raid World War II was once known for its desperate attempt to recapture the magic in the bottle that was Payday 2, unsuccessfully. A poorly marketed, confusing interpretation of Payday in Nazi Germany, unable to outcompete its inspiration for existing, the upstream struggle for Raid's devs, Lion Game Lion, was unwinnable, until a team of passionate diesel engine modders took over the torch. Following the massive Resurgence update last August, which prompted me to give the game a go again, Raid's entire gunplay, RPG and progression systems have been overhauled, giving the game an entirely new feel and lease of life. For context, Raid has had as many major updates as Payday 3 this year, many more hotfixes, and more new missions, which really isn't saying much given we're comparing it to a total of 0. The future of the game is bright whilst the mod team responsible for its revival remains involved, so I'd absolutely recommend picking this up if you want more of that classic Payday feel in a very unique setting. Again, there's never going to be enough content to dethrone Payday 2, and diesel jank is always to be expected, but if it's one you've passed over in the past, there's absolutely good reason to finally give it a go in 2025. Finally, for the already released FPS Payday likes, this list wouldn't be complete without checking in on crime boss Rocket City. A game with a cast that might have looked A-list in the early 90s, hilariously clunky cutscenes, and a title taken directly from one of those mobile game ads with a level 1 mobster, it was rightly ridiculed on launch for seemingly rushing to market to front-run Payday 3, full of bugs and with limited content, despite the novel concept of its roguelike mode. What looked like a blatant cash grab at the onset turned out to have a much more loving and dedicated team than anyone could anticipate, evolving some of the few original ideas the game brought to the table and expanding the game in terms of mechanics, modes and missions. Crime Boss is nothing if not memeable, and by leaning into that silliness, it's captured a genuinely engaged player base who seem to have responded well to the direction they've taken it in. I will always have a soft spot for the silliness of the roguelike mode, although don't believe the game holds a candle to Payday within the 4-player co-op niche. Regardless, it still scratches an itch, and the devs at in-game studios haven't missed a beat in capturing many of those disenfranchised Payday players. Cross-play and recent deep discounts have bolstered the player base, making it much easier to find lobbies, and a steady stream of free and paid content, our character packs and new mission types, all according to a content roadmap they've had the confidence to announce, means we have a decent idea of what's to come. I did not expect to see this game still in active development 2 years after launch, so it has already defied expectations, and with a sizable stealth-focused art gallery heist on the horizon, a staple of the genre, now might not be such a bad time to step into Baker's shoes and find out what new adventures await. I intend to give it the challenge run treatment once more, so keep an eye out for that if you're still on the fence. Moving on to Payday likes that have yet to release, top on my list has to be Den of Wolves. It's also probably top of the list of the dev team at 10 Chambers, as these guys love slipping in the fact that they were heavily responsible for creating Payday the Heist and Payday 2. This is a marketing strategy that doesn't necessarily get
overrun with Belial's cultists, and who knows? Move quickly. We can start the...
guarantee a successful game, although it would be hard to deny Ulf and Simon have pedigree when it comes to these sorts of creations. After the cult success of GTFO, which tested out a lot of unique concepts, not least seeing whether you can release a co-op game with literally no matchmaking, and following a 10-cent cash injection, they've gone back to their heisting roots with Den of Wolves. Although the narrative and setting is a serious departure from the grounded heisting games we usually think of. Midway City is a corporate dystopia set deep enough in the future to allow us to seemingly rob stuff directly from people's minds, leading to a more high-concept heisting experience. The expectation is that we won't be stealing from banks or corner shops, so core heisting fantasy stuff of lockpicks and blowtorches look to be sacrificed in favour of more high-stakes, singularly focused objectives. In terms of what we've seen so far, the initial reveal trailer at the Game Awards in 2023 was designed to build up the world and introduce us to Simon Vickland's musical style in this game, with the gameplay announcement the following year giving us a little more insight into the way heists will likely play out. A couple of weeks ago, almost out of nowhere, game journalists started showing off unedited gameplay, which gives us a better idea of how Den of Wolves is gonna look, feel and sound. My take from watching that is, like GTFO before it, it's a very Unity-developed game, unlike the almost robotic professionalism of Unreal Engine, which can lead to very polished but soulless releases. Unity FPSs look a little more weightless and janky, giving them more personality at the cost of cleanliness. Just look at this ragdoll. If that isn't Diesel Engine coded, I don't know what is. The voice work in the gameplay snippet sounds a little placeholder, but this is the heist we've seen teased over the past couple of years, a hit on Bone's subconscious, a dangerous place to dive. They've done a great job of giving the weapons a unique and futuristic feel, as well as using the setting to create interesting gameplay warping devices, such as these remote shields, showcasing a section of gameplay that reminds me of the calm before the storm when prepping for a breach in GTFO. It strikes me as a highlight of the mission before the weirdness of the dive as we enter the fragmented mind of Bowman in a tricky parkour section. I have serious concerns as to how these sorts of mechanics will impact the flow and replayability of Den of Wolves heists, looking like cool.
I can feel his malign essence already. The mask is meant to disguise my true identity but he may see through it. This is our best. Yes, let us begin the ritual before Belial can gather his strength. Once I don the mask, I will attempt to make a connection with him. I must not be interrupted during the communion.
100 meters. Headshot.
You fools. You think a mere banishment ritual can contain the Lord of Lies? I will show you the true might of Belial.
Yes, yes.
He is even more powerful than I thought. I don't know if this will hold.
My presence in Sanctuary is already far beyond your power. I should have expected such arrogance from a Viserai. You will know the pain of my wrath. Come forth, my minions. End these meddlers.
Take the bounty.
Belial is strong, but I will be stronger. I must maintain this spell as long as I can, even as his strength grows. He's afraid! I can feel it!
Enough of
strong
this.
end of it.
The next
Easy
we meet,
target.
Wanderer, it will be in my realm. Tread carefully.
We don't. Not reassuring, I know. Stay. He knows we are a threat. Belial escaped. We were too late to. When the connection was made, I felt Belial's. We can still prevent him from drawing all of Sanctuary into the realm of lies. You must continue destroying his apparitions. Mind your path, Wanderer. Now that we have Belial's attention, nothing is safe.
I expect you'll need that.
What will it be? Come back if you need work.
Fucking pussy. let's go around. Leave him. Let's go around.
Oh, you want to go for the crocodile?
I go in the green shit. Recover my health.
Okay. Who play with bounty? We need to go like I with the second bounty together and the one without bounty going long range. I need one more second.
Let's go. I don't have time to fight with fucking coward. He hiding in the bush.
We can go and try to go for the crocodile. One we stay and wait for them to try to ambush us, and then we will put them together.
Okay, let's go.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
Going to the exit or what?
Let's go. What you want? I don't care. Whatever.
No crocodile. It's somewhere there, I think.
Hello.
To play through once on Rails experiences that won't mesh well with repeat playthroughs, which is what the co-op genre has traditionally been all about. I'm very much on the fence having seen this, as I think the high concept stuff lands conceptually and narratively, but worry how it could impact the key component, gameplay. However, most things outside of that look really intriguing. It's still in dire need of more time to cook. I look forward to being able to share more about the game in the coming months, if the news keeps coming at the rate it currently is. Moving on to another game that seemingly needs time in the oven, around the same time E3 was entering the final stages of its hype cycle, we also saw what felt like a quite inexplicable trailer for Sony's upcoming hosting title, Fair Games, during that fateful Summer Games Fest. This CGI trailer went down like a bit of a lead balloon, mostly just confusing and pissing people off with its hello fellow kids, eat the rich hypocrisy. It was also clumsy in how it showcased its gameplay loop, trying to convey this focused heist fantasy at the same time as its strange PvPvE mechanics, functioning somewhat like Hunt Showdown, with fights against both AI and human opponents. It's not necessarily a bad concept for a game, but undoubtedly narrows the niche of players it'll appeal to. Even worse, it's one of Sony's dreaded live service flagships, put on hold after the well-publicized failure of Concord. The game has apparently been pushed back to 2026 as things stand, although I wouldn't be surprised if it was pushed even further. Indefinitely, you'll ended up looking very different when it finally makes it out the door. Not one I'm chomping at the bit to sink my teeth into if I'm being honest, and if its barren Twitter account is anything to go by, we won't be in any danger of doing so anytime soon. To finish this video off, I want to do a final roundup of games that fell a little further from the Payday-like tree, but still have enough in common to potentially appeal, starting off with the recently released Monaco 2, a robbery-focused game with stealth and action combat played from a unique 3D isometric perspective. If you enjoy some of the heisting thematics and wackier RPG elements of Payday, as well as the core cooperative experience, this might just be a fun distraction for you to try out. Don't expect the depth or longevity of an online co-op FPS, but this one is much more than just a gimmicky party game.
One more.
If the heisting part isn't a deal breaker for you though, maybe you're better off trying out Deep Rock Galactic, a game that fits the class-based 4-player co-op FPS PvE mold to a T. This has to have been the most highly recommended game for me to play back during the days of Payday 2, and despite the core experience seemingly sitting on the back burner in terms of seasonal updates, As Ghost Ship Games looks to grow the franchise, there's more than enough already there to tempt Payday fans into giving it a go.
Dobar
I'll
dan,
also be
gospodo,
keeping an eye
dobar
on
dan.
its roguelike spin-off, Deep Rock Galactic.
Evo, odlično. Super sam.
Što, ko ti iznevira?
O, niko.
Dobro. Zvučiš li ti to za to pitam?
Clear.
Hoćeš li ti ili da igramo malo ili si sad krenuo drugo?
Hunt ne igram više, ja sam ti rekao. Hoću, samo da probam nešto. Da vidim kako radi.
Only to try something.
Jest.
Of course.
Where is it? One more.
One is there up.
Ta je bila na rukavicama.
Joj, koske.
Kakve koske?
Reci Slav.
Jo, čuti prijatelju, ništa me ne piti. Kao da imam 300 godina.
Kakve koske?
Ustanem Tomice pa u kičmicu, znaš ono kao u krstima. Hello?
Injekciju mu daju u kičmu.
Nemoj me zajebavati.
Kao da je starac Foučo.
Ti tako mlad čovjek.
Pa šta da radim čovječe, slomili su me na vreme.
Okay, let's go. Let's go, teammate.
Let's go, let's go.
Slavko, ali igraš Oblivion možda remastered?
Ej, ne, ali planiram, ali kad ću ja to sve, ja ne znam, ne znam šta da kažem.
Ja sam već na nekakvi, koliko je, na 20 sati.
Pa lepo i?
Dobro izgleda, ne mogu reći, izgleda stvarno.
To.
GG guys.
O jebo, malo pičku.
I find things, even if they don't want to be found.
There's a lighthouse out on the rocks. But why is its beacon unlit?
Jest.
Šta je zbio?
Sad je ovaj Millstone, 5 pixa nabijem da na kurac. Mi trojku i jedva smo se s onim. Dobro, kad krene misija drugačije od starta nego u pola. Jaka priča.
Misliš?
Auric level.
Ne.
Don't know.
Ne. Vele mi nemoj. Ili probaj jednu bez mene ako hoćeš. Da vidiš sam.
Ne.
Što probaš?
Neću,
to kao duos nećemo da igramo. To kad nađeš četiri.
Neću, brate, ja kad...
Ja ti kažem. Kakve stvari mogu da se igraju kao duo, to možeš samo kao četvor igrač. To ti treba 4 čovjeka. To... Nemoj da me bejtaš uopšte da to probam, ko Dracula. Ajde igramo, šta reći, Havok, hajde igramo Havok. I nismo igrali 40 minuta, ko ja i ti igrali smo 35 minuta. Prosječna misija ti 20 minuta. 20 minuta. Da sve nađeš i sve završiš. Ali mi smo igrali 40 minuta. Isto smo zapeli kod one jebenog drveta i probali smo da završimo, ne možeš. To što te biju. Povolu u kupusu. Taman kreneš da radiš, da hakuješ ono drvo, kurac.
Tučenje.
Šta ja to ovdje da radim? Jeste, ajde. Trebala. Iha. Milina.
Sajkerice.
Ti me čekaš, jel? Da izađem?
Čekam, brate.
Odlično.
A rekao da te čekam.
Ajde, sad ću. Samo ako budete ovaj Diablo 4 se ugasi. To je skoro znak pitanja. Mora ima da hoće i da neće. Da je tako. Viš kako hoće. Hoće. Na silu.
Za besmrtnog imperatora.
Za besmrtnog cara. Mene.
Ide gas. Znači, ili ja morat ću da krenem da skupljam valutu polako, a?
Ti gora zarad za ovaj Dark Tiding u Handshodan. Igraš 20...
Ma jedna je... Jeste zaraza, jeste.
Zaraza u smislu da nikakav progres nemaš. Jednom kad uradiš sve masterije, onda staniš kaj šta sad. Jer... ono gdje je stvarno zabavno je kad staviš ili veći nivo težine, ili igraš Havok, ili igraš jebeni Auric, a ne možemo da igramo jer nas ima dvoje. Ne možeš da igraš. Znači ne možeš da igraš nas ima dvoje. A da igraš sa randomima, znači isto kao kad igram DBD ili Handshodan sa randomima, znači zavisim toga da li je neko počešao se o levo jaje, ili što kaže Boris Gardinovački, gladan sam pa ne mogu da igram kako treba i tako ću, gladan.
Gladan sam.
Pogine 3 puta zarada neku glupost u tom Handshodan i kaže gladan sam. Kakve veze ima što si gladan?
Kakve veze, čoveče?
Juče je promašio čoveka na 5 metara. Digao je pušku ovako na kurac da oprostiš. na kuk i opalio je negdje kao na centar ekrana. I kaže, pogodio sam. Jes, pogodio.
Tomici, ti s takvim čovjekom igraš, što mi to je?
Takav čovjek ga bejte. Ne znam, ne vidim ja to.
Čekaj. Pa ne vidiš me zato što sam nevidljiv, čovječe. Kupio sam nevidljivo odelo.
Odlično. Gledam.
A sad da to stigne do tebe jedno 2 sekunde, a evo. Ćemo da probamo Millstorm ali jok. Sad je na
Šta
četvrti.
hoćeš peticiju da igraš?
Ne, ovo je
Slušaj me sad dobro, hoću ti samo jednom reći. Igraj šta god hoćeš. Nemoj poslije da mene krivi. Ne, nemoj poslije mene da kriviš kad ne ide. I kažeš jebi ga ovo ono.
Tebe da krivim, jok, koga da krivim nego tebe.
Ne, startaj slobodno, kako god hoćeš. Što nemaš muda pa nadiš na urik? A? Evo ti on. Pa ne, evo ti, neš mi usrat, izvoli. Kad si radoznao.
Na Havok ne mogu.
Ne, Aurik. Odeš gore na matchmaking gdje ti piše gore levo standard, tapneš desno, Aurik levels. Izaberi tu nešto.
Što sam uradio?
Ajde. Kad si radoznao. Kad ti ja kažem da postoji content za 4. Samo ti starte, nemoj puno čitaš. Pogledaj nivo težine starte. Nemoj, ne vredi da čitaš, odmah ću ti reći. Ne vredi da čitaš ništa. Samo starte. Ja već znam šta je.
Ajde onda ću ove Shock Troop Gauntlet. Let the God mercy on my soul.
Ne, kako. Ovo sam radio i s Nenadom isto. Igrali smo onaj Helldivera 10-ku, samo njemu i NATO. Zato što on kaže da si igrao opušteno, sve se završi. I kad su nas rasturili na šrafu, on kaže, pa ja sam ovo bolji sa randomima. I jes kad su goni nosili na leđima. Moram da se znojim svaki put kad igram. Da su mi jaja u čarapama.
Medike.
Mogu jedan meč tako da odigram. Jedan meč smo tako odigrali, bili na 8. 9. sa Makićem. Znači nismo mogli kako da izađemo s mape. Ja sam peške tačao do izlaza da ih tamo dignem.
Bazilika, Havok, Forge, my god.
Sve u redu, samo stati, ne interesa. To je, dobiješ titulu, verovatno, ako ne znam koliko pođeš tih meča.
Pa pored 2 ognjima osjećam se sigurno.
Ja se ne osjećam nikako.
2 odlični igrači su pored mene, šta ima da...
Nemoj da me fališ ništa.
Ili ja ću sad to sve da sredi.
Kad tako krene da me fali, onda će svaki put kad bude katastrofa, onda će na mene da okrivi. A jebi ga. Tako je, to nećeš da me fališ, ne treba. Ovo si... Kažem da se health skalira drugačije, da bi igrao na bilo čemu što je jače od levela 3. Evo igramo voz jedan. Evo igramo voz, nisi ni gledaš šta igramo. Sad ćeš da umreš. Nemoj ništa da skupiteš, samo trčiš. Apsolutno nemoj ništa da skupiteš. Prati njega. Prati čovjeka. Vidi kako je ta govna tamo. Koliko mogu da kupim. Defuziraj to ako nudiš. Sad. I cannot even see him. Bježi nazad. Bježi dalje. Ne možemo ni da idemo. Go. Iza nas, trči. Bacimo napred. Moj da staneš nazad. Ako staneš nazad, ne možemo te podići. Hvala. Šamarao sam njega. Odome ti treći. Gdje si? Nazad. Si nazad? Pa nazad si, ne možeš da stojiš. Obići mi se. A znam da ti ne daju, o tome se radi. O ovome pričam. Moramo napred. Bukvalno moramo napred. Piči gore. Ne, mora da se to kako. Vidim. Dva snajpera mi izbiju s dve strane uglavnom. Vidio line of sight. Now there stojimo. Piči napred. Evo sam ti makar, ne mogu. Pritisni to dublje tamo, ako stupi. Pa ovaj zakrito, otac. Klik. Ne, baterija. Pokušavam bateriju da ponesemo. Kome se radi? Iza nas snajper sve vreme ništa ni, nemamo vremena ni da ga ubijemo. Samo pomerilo. Samo stoji po strani da nas snajper ne pobije. Mislim da možemo dalje. Go. Sniper ran away. Son of a bitch, come here. Šamara izlupati. Ima. Ko je stao? Go. Nema vremena. Već nemamo vremena. Gdje ovu mapu nađe se da igram na ovom djelu. Vidi odakle ovo izlazi, svi da ovo. Mamu ti jeben. Ovih bombaša, ovo je ne. Pobići nas ovaj. Ma i da nisu showstopperi, svaki aurik ti ovo. I da nisu, isto ako se spomni, znaš. Nagomilu svi, tako, hvala. Boss, trebamo bossa da ubijemo pa tek ono da razbijemo. Not bad, nije bitno. Pazi bombaš. Bomb. Mamo ti, jedan ti ćeš nas da zajebavaš. Možda samo preko vremena lupam što naravno. Slapping overtime. Jezu, brate. Vidio, bacač plamena i traper. Majku ti jebem bez obraza. Nenormalno. Kill govedo. Dog, set. Traper. Nek me neko digne. Into the train. Ulazu unutra, tu će on. Ako ovo razbijemo vremena kako hoćemo, znaš.
To to?
Da. Ništa te ne čujem na glavu. U redu, ne čujem te ništa.
Pošteno zarađenu platu, radni staž, evo dole se kaže. Pošteno zarađenu platu, sve na računu, radni staž. Danas i šap, i teta
Malo
uspobio
da mi
Nexi.
se znoje dlano i u pičku materiju.
Ovo, ti si kod doktora.
Radi što hoćeš.
Teta uspobio.
Nije moj problem.
Uspjeli smo ili ja?
Ako god hoćeš.
Rekli su mi dođe za mjesec dana mi se šiju još jednu i da mi se šiju još jednu za 3 godine. I onda se kao bira 10 godina, mogu da se nabadam na što hoćeš.
Čemu ti pričaš?
Tetanu sam primio danas,
ne
probio
interesujem,
Nexer.
to nije moj problem.
Jes moj.
I sad ti ja zabio ekser.
Ja postapao ga da.
Tvoj problem.
Danas sam primio mi par.
I sad treba da slaviš, šta? To što radiš za par.
Sad idemo za opuštanje.
Ne idemo ništa za opuštanje. Ne mogu da se opuštam trenutno.
Niđe ne idemo.
Stvarno to ne mogu da se opuštam.
Imaš i želju si neku...
Nema nikakvu želju, samo želju.
Da te častim, neki hard disk, nešto, ne znam.
Samo ne šta fali, sad radiš to.
Čudo, pa a jes, ja sam stavio.
Čekajmo šta kaže ovako. Vlada smanjen.
Taj kanal je počeo da bude magnet za debile, izgleda.
Ozbiljno?
Evo sad neki idiot proziva Iliju što komentariše tuđi video.
Pa da. Zar to nije interesantno? Bilo bi dosadno da nije ovak, da je sve, znaš.
Šta si imao raditi?
Ne, to je...
neću ja mnogo, ej!
Magnet za debile.
Ja moram ići, Ilija,
ej! Ti si ti Jovanović sa mnom.
Naravno, slažem se u potpunosti.
Pa gde si Jovan Novik?
Evo malo igram, malo se nerviram, malo, eto tako. Gde si ti? U Huntu.
Vegi šljakujem pre.
Šljakuješ? A Tomica sam da igra.
Tomica?
Pa, Tomica.
Pa to je sjajno. Jaj.
Kako je kod tebe vreme? Ovdje je toplo, lepo.
Ma toplo, brate.
Pa da. Šta se pika od single playera, to mene zanima. Možda večeras i opustim i gledam nešto, zamisli.
Pa možda Days Gone, piči.
Svaka čast, bravo. Jesi ga igrao do sad ili ne?
Jesam, prešao sam prekjuče onaj deo kad sam onu klinku Lizu našao i odveo u kamp. I sad mi Ada daje novi zadatak. Sad ću da ću vidim nešto sa strane ili to.
Pa bre.
Samo što tu imam milion misija.
Ima, da, pa ti si na samom početku, čoveče.
To je se igra mesecima. Ali to onako uvati pa sat, dva na...
Pa to je kurac za takav tip igara.
Pa onda opet. Kontakt?
Naravno.
A šta kontaška? Ništa ne kontaška.
Sad se pali motorna pila.
Ti pilaš nešto?
Gledaj, pilan je, nije nešto, nesrećnik je ovdje pilam.
Ti pilaš?
Pilom.
A pilan je? I onda malo pilaš.
Pilanje.
Čekaj, moram telefonirati.
Sad sam ga sačgo, mamu mu jebem u pičku, ja. Divno. A jebote, ubite ga.
Sad izvolite, a? Hvala vi. Izađe čovjek, otvori sve kao na livadu, da. Nevjerojatan tip. Ne mogu ja, Slavko, ja sam čovjek star. Kad ima više izvora stresa, meni dođe nekoga da polomi, znaš. Mogu jedan stres po jedan. I mogu jednu užasnu stres situaciju da istrpim, ali kad se već dve stvari su pod stresom, jedna ide na hold, kao sad sam jednostavno izašao napad. Sve sam ustavio, izašao napad. Ti me čuješ da igram dok ovaj tu priča kako je u Bosen Exer, primio tetanus i izjada mi se. Ne znaš zašto je došao kod mene. Kaže da nije normalno. Voli me kurac. Pravi muškarci ne plaču. Jest, žao mi je, sve to lepo, ali nisam doktor, ne mogu da vas izlečim. Hvala mi. Ti još uvijek udar tad, jesi? Dobro. Samo da proverim nešto. Performance, toning.
Greetings.
scars and awaken new purpose. And what do we have here? Our prayer.
Sasha Popovića.
Zapali.
Convinced that heretics are brewing their pathogen at a refinery in the Hourglass. The pathogen doesn't take kindly to pressure, so that's how you kill it. You will get in through flow control. Honestly, if you had heard what I have about that place, you're not going.
Ne, speedrunning, no. Ovo je trka, ko će prvi?
Ne znam.
Ajde, ide. Ajde se. Vidimo ko može više, kog da upropasti.
To sam ja točno upravio. Gledao sam da ne poginem i da ostane posljednji živ.
Can't remember joke about dust. Too bad. Was funny.
The heretics know you are here. It's better hurry to flow control.
Not for you!
Head for the upper level. You can get the flow control from there.
We'll rock you! Diamantine! Not laughing now!
Overriding Directive Large. Welcome to my channel. The S.W.Frost on stream.com removed the space TFTYPX.
Beauty!
You going to pitch in or just watch? Watch out! How?
Can't expect to end the heretics while this stronghold of theirs endures.
It'll be harder than you think. These carcass have made this place their own!
Throwing grenade!
Roger.
Ammo!
I need that!
Medicaid station!
Medicaid station! Choppers down and dead! Punch that major! And all you gods!
Dead.
Sniper down!
Right to the face, friend!
For the collection.
Sneaky.
This is. Oh.
Anybody know the way?
And hold the pipe straight to flow control.
Double barrel shotgun, yeah, man. Double barrel shotgun. Oh, here ya. Gde si?
Isto dete imamo. Rekoh isto dete malo pre. Da.
Gde si sad trenutno? U Pavlu Prijomski. Evo me, 3.
Ne, odmah se diskonektujem. Moment sam. Sorry, da nađem neki lep da im izbacim ovaj heal. Nemoj da startaš ništa. Nećemo nikad. Samo ti kažem, nemoj startaš ništa. To sam ja uradio sad i sad ti mene čekaš. To nema point. To rade ovi momci tako. A samo ti kažem, nemoj. Čekam lik, treba da se nešto može. Eksplodiralo bura, izbacilo me van mape, nisam imao ni zašto ne se uvati. Neko je pukao u bure, bure je puklo i izleteo sam s mape. Znači nisi se ni vatio, znaš da se uvatio nekad za rukama za ono. Nisam bio ni blizu onoga gelendera. Direkt sam u... Nisam ni udario bure. Bure je neko pukao u njega, razumiješ, ili neki bot ili igrač. Ko zna šta je. Bravo. Ovo daje dobre pare u emisiji. Ako nađeš ono, bar 2-3 komada. Ja sam igrao samo to ovih par dana i imam sad 300.000 ovih kredita.
We stand at a crossroads.
Yes,
I
yes.
expect your very best efforts.
Ogrom silot veteran. Interesting.
Nije interesantno, moram da vidim kako igram.
Brewing pathogens, you know, the usual. Flow control is the best way in. After that, you can destroy the goop by building pressure in the incubators.
Ilija, ne veruješ u svoje saborce.
Nema šta da ne verujem, mora da se to kaže.
Would that this place had been better maintained.
When that atmospheric field finally fails, it will get a lot worse.
Today, we are the law here, no?
Flow control isn't fast, but there's plenty of heretics in the way.
Find courage. Kill all.
Ovo sam malo prigao, znači. Old startu smo odmah naši jedan onaj, kako se zove, hacking device u ćošku. Pre prvoga lifta. Pre nego što smo se otišli u prvu zonu, znači to ti je ono, posle ove. Bio je odmah jedan toki-voki. Doug.
Found this close. Kill that groggy hound.
Samo šamar da. Jesi ga našao?
Ne.
Mislim da ga ovaj uzeo. Did you find it, dude? Ovaj lig ga pokupio. Dude, will you solve the fucking puzzle or give it to me? if you found the Tokiwoki. On nosi Tokiwoki. Ovaj full kill. Kod njega. Can you give me that? Evo, to ću ti Ovo Rick ga našao, neće da ga reći. Thanks. You hold it in your arms, and you hold the button to give it. Ne znam da ga reći, čao. Yeah, give it to me. Select it and hold the I button.
Do not be scared, little
It will give you the prompt to give it to the other player.
Most gracious of you, large associates.
Or just solve it. Yeah, you can do it. Ne mrdaj, ne skači dole, skoči dole!
Nisam.
Dobre, nemoj da skačeš dole.
Ovi se penju gore.
Ma boli me kurac, ne dole. Nice.
Ovaj skoči dole.
Ne, džaba, moram sad čekati da završi. Wait, we are solving the puzzle. GG. Thanks.
Someone go for a wake-up. I'll sell you down there.
Sniper.
Ajde!
Why are you running? Yes.
Celerity still. Ammo.
All good.
I pray that when they come, our deaths are favorable in the beneficent Emperor.
Medicae station. Many paths. Take care.
The pipes head straight to Blue Control. Use them as your guide.
ti je to. Sold it. Okay, novo purple kill king. Thanks for help.
Thanks. Aim with head. Don't hit armor.
Give it to me. Clear. Moramo isto da udaramo, mora se da izadačim drugi. Go. Obeža onaj traper pederčina. Otko za traper. Maybe heal up, Mr. Fury.
Headshot. But it's your regiment. Even the Emperor needs a bit of help from the guard.
Thanks.
we know how this pathogen spreads?
Do not worry, friends. I protect you from the goo.
I protect the little ones.
We'll need to break their defenses.
Ispod iz igre. I think his game crashed.
Da sam vi ispojeli.
Nisi, čini mi se da nisi ti. Grenade! Dog.
It'll be best if you stay. Your fangs will snap no more. Beauty terminated.
No way back from here. Where's that bastard?
So another sinner perishes.
Look out for you! This rock isn't friendly. Gunner!
Shotgun!
Prepare, Gunner!
In Terra's name!
Seeking protection.
Round the sides!
Even first. Nice. Good targets.
What hellspawn thing is this?
Udari ga slav.
Veteran's a good soldier!
I am called to judgment.
Stop moaning!
Imaš onaj da mađijaš onu ultimate onaj, ko imaš, daj to, uterat će ga to. Samo kasno. Nice. Dođi vam slatko. Ilu. Wow. Što je ovako nenormalno teško, on nije čak ni gauntlet. Ne znam kako je ovo difficulty.
Alone? Not like that.
Yes, yes. Amen.
Med station here.
Med station. Bolje uzmi tog helta, mislim neš umret, sve da neš umret. Treba mnogo da te bio da bi ti skinuli to.
Medicae station.
Boga mi vrag bi odnio šal malo. Ne znam ko je aktivirao onoga idiota, ali...
Mogući da sam ja, nisam siguran.
A ne znam, na tebe je krenuo, jesi počeo da bajaš onu reliku?
Pa vjerovatno je to i pokrenulo.
There's a secret here, guys.
Yes? We are special. I'm sure you're the best.
To je bilo munici. Guys, secret here.
All alone. Follow me.
Hell yeah.
I ide obrnuti krst sa krugom. Dobre, dosta bre, učuti više, koji ti je kurac. Si normalan ti. Ko te vuče za jaja, dosta bre, počet ću ja da pevam. Ne moraš da nas prosipaš, ne moraš svaki put da nas prosipaš, u redu je. Mogu ja to da radim, može i Vlada, može i Slavko, nemoj to svaki put da radiš, ti Drakula, nemoj, poštuj, znači moj muzički izbor. Možda slušamo iste stvari, ali ne forciram to nikom. Molim te nemoj. Molim te nemoj. Molim te nemoj. Molim te nemoj. Nemoj. Evo samo ti kaže, nemoj. Evo mene radi. Samo ti kaže nemoj. 100 puta, znači ono iskuliram nemoj. Već ne mogu da objasnim Borisu i još pojedincima da me ne interesuje politika i da se ne gure u političke teme ovdje u dnevni raspored. Bar si ti razumno, bit će valjda shvataš. Nemoj. Guys, there's a talkie-walkie up, follow me. Talkie-walkie gore. Guys, follow me. Znam da ste otišli na lift, ali ne treba da odete na lift. Need help. Tamo se čovjek razgoropadi, jednom počne. Otopole, svaki put tako. Evo te koji ti je kurac. Samo se kontroliši malo. Malo, ne mora puno. Dobro, u redu, malo, ne mora puno, samo kontroliši. Aj spasi toga, ko je skočio dole?
Ovo je bilo samo plastelin, a ti si do gore, evo.
Ne mora gore, ja ću sam. Trebalo je samo pomoći da ih skinete, da preskočimo.
Dolzim. Welcome to my channel.
Perez Diamantina. Yes. You're really observant, guys.
Anyone know of the cicatrix maledictum? I heard whisper of it at the Enforcer's Bastion.
Oh my god. 30 meters.
I 1300
Majku ti jebe, vidjeli ovo? Beauty! Jebote, pored mene se stvorio, tu nema. I see. Come in.
Better heal. Run for you! Show me what you got!
I know we got fucking radio operator. Motherfucker.
Dole.
Znam da je dole. Teo sam da siđem dole kad je onaj pao.
Hadron here. Pay attention. Data stream. Acceptable quality.
Krater again. Znači mi ovoga ne sretni kad vrtač plani. Evo ga, ovdje su letili. Ovo je gotov, znaš. Ispeće ga kao pile. Kao pile će li ga ispeći. Yes.
Requires your attention.
Heal up, please heal up. He'll die.
Enemies in cover. Now you die, hound. Real fight.
Sniper.
In his name, cover me!
Sequence initiated.
Ne znam da ovaj lik ide, znači rastrčali su se ko... Ubio sam ga, sve ovo. Evo. Son of a bitch. Kamen leteo u glavu. Proba. Very good.
Getting
Barrel! Lupio sam šamar, gore eksplodirao.
A vidiš.
Show me what you got! All music!
Gdje je to, dole?
Evo, iza nas.
Right here.
Ne udari, ne jede.
Znaš kako, njima je tako skriptano da utrče pored nas i da te samo jednom dotaknu. I već je kraj.
Iterative phase nearing completion.
Judgment has been delivered.
Šinka here kratko.
Judgment comes truckle.
Yes, I do.
Iterative phase nearing completion.
Impressive work, Psyker. Focus on your own one, Selot. That's all you got? We can't reach that!
Yes.
Go. That's it. Now extract.
The mission is complete. You are free to make your escape.
Unprofessional but sufficient. May my deeds inspire you.
Come.
Get back! Exploding barrel! Neutralization. Thank you! Nice rock! Big friend!
To je to.
Skoro 10.000 ovih doki.
Da. Ili Kosoviću, napuštam vas.
Ideš, već.
Pa da, pauzica, vrate. Stigla mi dušica, sad treba da mi dođe Lazi i Luka i...
Dobro.
Zato sam ti rekao jedan meč, znaš?
Da.
Kad je tako, onda...
Da sam za to na Nenada vikao. Samo za jedan meč, stvarno, Nenade, jebi ga, izvini.
Pa, blesav čovjek.
Da.
Ajde, pa tako.
Slavko, čujemo se kasnije kad budeš mogu.
Važi. Ćao.
Ćao.
Each weapon is a relic. It should be cared for as such. trust you are pleased, varlet. Existence seems so much more agreeable.
Gdje ode Nenad? Aj strko. Yes.
Saku. Dođem.
Reci mi ko je ovaj gospodin sa kojim sam sigurno nikad nisam. Malo svetlo.
Rogue Core.
Speaking, all of the research was done on young males.
Yeah, diagnosing just medical issues is a fucking nightmare for people who fall outside of the very narrow definition of just white dude. For example, there's a lot of skin conditions that are almost impossible to diagnose in people with darker complexions because all the medical textbooks teaching doctors to recognize them feature pictures of people with white skin.
There's something new that should help you out. Combines a nitrate with a blood pressure pill. It's targeted to African Americans.
Targeted?
Yeah, well, see, we tend to have nitric oxide deficiencies. And studies show this drug counteracts that problem. It's the first drug to...
What kind of studies you talking about?
What kind of studies are there?
And I believe there was a doctor who tried to address that by, hey, we're going to find people with darker complexions who have these conditions, get pictures of them, to teach doctors, hey, maybe someone's going to come in who has dark skin, and it might be handy to know what this condition looks like on someone with that skin tone. And you don't even think about it. I don't think about that, because I don't need to.
But I was going to say, we're in a demographic where, for the most part, we don't need to worry about these kind of things, and it's, evident at times, and sometimes not evident.
But when I hear about it, I feel bad. The one that really, really gets me, and I don't understand how this became a controversy. It's one of those things that Fox News had a fucking field day with calling it woke. And it was where the people making crash test dummies had to respond to a campaign to make female dummies.
Pa nemam ja pojma, ja ne znam ko je, ja nisam s tim razgovarao.
To je, ja mislim, Gadinovački ili ko već, nemam pojma.
Ne znam ko je. Ne znam ko je. Nije ni važno, nemam ja nikakvu... Važno je što se ponaša kao da se poznajemo, ja ne znam ko je.
Boris Gadinovački.
Ne znam. Samo sam ignorisao to što piše. Zato što takve... I Milana sam blokirao isto tako zbog toga. Zato što to što na papiru piše, papir trpi sve. Znači, ako imaš nešto da ti nije jasno, možeš da mi se obratiš. Preko glasa.
Ja se vraćam brzo.
Dobro.
It's what I do.
and it was framed by places like Fox News and like those shit parts of Reddit that you shouldn't really go to, as oh they're trying to make crash test dummies woke by like gendering them. And if you actually read the reasoning for it, it's really
welcome to my channel.
Harrowing and makes a ton of sense of, hey, crash test dummies are based on the average measurements for a man, and men tend to be taller than women, and as a result the safety procedures for cars are designed to protect people with that exact body type and not anything else.
Female test dummies is the exact same as making children test dummies of like, well, not every single person that's going to be in a car is going to be 5'10" and weigh 75 kilos.
Yeah, and the numbers were fucking harrowing, where someone like managed to did a meta-analysis of like car crash fatalities. And it's like women just die on the whole a lot more than men do for no discernible reason.
Females in the front seat are 73% more likely than males to be injured in a crash, 17% more likely to die. Since the 1980s, the government crash tests that give out those 5-star ratings have relied on smaller male dummies to represent females.
And when they dove into the reasons why, it's like, well, it's really simple. Just the height of a seatbelt is standard in most cars, and it's based on the measurements of an average man. And that's where like adjustable seatbelts, they became a thing that hopefully becomes standard at some point. But people fought against it being standard because they didn't like it for no other reason than, well, it doesn't bother me.
I mean, I can think the majority of cars that I still get into nowadays, I've not really noticed that being a thing. It's still pretty standardized, and that might just be me getting in a lot of like cars that aren't from 2025. But yeah, it's just one of those things again. Like, well, why do you think that that's the case? It's like, well, we just researched it less.
Yeah. And like I said, when they were campaigning for adjustable seat heights and like, you know, gendered crash test dummies, or at least crash test dummies that have like, you know, a variety of sizes to represent the variety of body types that might be driving a car. For example, hey, maybe we should make some crash test dummies that you know, have a larger carriage than average for, you know, for Americans, who on the whole tend to be a little bit larger than the average crash test dummy, which is based on you know, measurements taken decades ago. It's like the culture war nonsense that goes on these days. Every time I see something like this, I'm genuinely fascinated by it, and I just know that any discussion about it is going to come, like at least in places where a layperson might be discussing it, it's going to be drowned out by fucking idiots.
Yep.
Like just screaming and calling it woke, when the actual like underlying mechanics and reasoning behind it is fascinating, in some cases harrowing. Like the whole thing about they're just like women dying in car crashes way more because seatbelts are designed for men. It's like, that's fucked up. That is kind of fucked. I would not like that. If I was a woman and I was getting into a fucking car and I knew that I was like a quantifiable percentage more likely to die in a car crash just because a guy designed the car, like the seats, and didn't want to change them.
That thing is like, you know, they have booster seats for kids and stuff to make them
safer,
more of a correct height for the seat belts, but small people don't get that. Like, they just don't get it. And rather than maybe make a booster seat for every person that's less than 5'10", we could just adjust the seat belts a bit.
Well, I think there's a really interesting story about when seatbelts became mandatory for cars, because they weren't mandatory for a lot of years, and when they first made seatbelts mandatory for cars, there was like a movement across the US of like citizens against seatbelts because they saw it as like mollycoddling on behalf of the government, and there were people who would cut them out of their cars.
I oppose it on the basis that it replaces the free will of the individual with the desires of the state.
You can't force people to do things, you know. If they think that it's necessary, they'll do it. If they don't think so.
The question here is whether we have the right, whether we have the responsibility, whether we have the judgment to turn to the citizens of the state and be there in 1984 big brother.
I was going to say the reason that they made a law to make them mandatory is because the majority of people at the time were protesting against seatbelts.
Yeah, and like there was like came to a head when like some dipshit who was like the head of like the students against seatbelts got into a car crash and just got flung through his fucking window and died.
Any attempt to restrict drinking and driving here is viewed by some as downright undemocratic.
It's kind of getting common is when a fella can't put in a hard day's work, put in 11, 12 hours a day, and then get in your truck and at least drink 1 or 2 beers.
And that's an argument that continues to this day. Like, you must have seen like the pictures of the seatbelt things that you can put into your seatbelt holder, because now modern cars beep when the seatbelt's not plugged in your emotion.
Oh, so they just put like something that just jams in there and doesn't actually have you wearing a seatbelt.
So you don't have to wear your seatbelt when you're in your car. And the really funny thing is that of course they sell them with the Punisher logo. And the kind of person who's going to buy a product like that, I don't think they get the irony. Also, the brazen tempting of fate to circumvent the use of a life-saving device by plugging in a fucking metal skull into it.
Yeah,
so I've seen Final Destination.
Oh, it's very ominous.
1 or 2 beers, 1 or 2 beers, 1 or 2 beers.
Your efforts are for naught, mortals. This realm is mine, and I shape it as I wish.
Ko to?
Ne başı başı.
Ništa, brate. Bukvalno ništa. Uliram malo.
Kupio sam ovaj Unix special.
Kupio si onu ediciju za $6. Pa, sve znači trebali ste štabovi, tako da, ono.
Koliko već sad je znači mogu da vidim da sam ovoliko unicorna ukupio.
Fools! This stops!
Ti danas bio na poslu ili?
Ne, nisam.
Ti imaš onda
Ne,
znači...
radim do ponedjeljka.
Ti imaš znači posao u Srbiji. Jači od Vučića, evo ti. I on mora ponekad ode na posao.
It's what I do.
Pathetic.
While action RPGs have seemingly grown more and more fast-paced over the years, Tower of Kalamanvo dares to bring us back to the game's very early days with a heavy inspiration from the first title in the Diablo series. This means slower paced combat, limited resources, and plenty of dark, cramped dungeons to explore, all of which are packaged together into a surprisingly challenging experience. My name's Johnny Bueno, and let's take a look at Tower of Calamanvo. For the story setup in Tower of Calamanvo, you can find everything you need in the completely optional lore section located in the main menu. Starting a new game will simply take you into the character creation sequence, so if you want to know why exactly you're climbing the Tower of Calamanvo, you need to click on the little lore book in the lower right corner. And I just have to say, I love the retro-inspired main menu with all of the different sections of the menu represented by different highlightable icons. I feel like this isn't something you see in many modern games and can add a lot of character to one of the very first parts of the game players will interact with. Anyway, what does our little lore book give us for a story introduction? The man himself, the wizard Calamanvo, is apparently dead. The magic field protecting his tower has gone down, and all sorts of unsavory individuals have flooded in to plunder the tower's secrets. The real prize, however, is one of Calamanvo's great orbs located at the very top of the tower. The local cult, known as the Cult of the Moon and the Sun, have great interest in Calamanvo's big orb and are quickly making their way to the summit to claim it. This is where you come in. Your job is to stop the cult from claiming the orb in what essentially seems like a race to the top of the tower. Fortunately, you know of a super secret entrance to the tower leading into the lower dungeons, and this is where your journey begins. Resupply is impossible. Help is not coming. There is no turning back. You alone must brave through the Tower of Calamanvo. And there you have it. We have our reason for entering the tower and why the tower itself is so important. I'm not entirely sure why this section is completely optional, as I feel story context is pretty important when starting a game. However, seeing as this is an ARPG, there are likely players out there that really don't care about the story and want to just dive in, kill monsters, and collect loot. But there are some NPCs you'll run into along the way that do give you some additional lore details or tell you the current affairs within the tower. So it's not like this optional introductory text is all you get for the entire game. And if you're really into story and want to learn about every facet of lore the game has to offer, there's also a bestiary section in the lore book where you can learn more about the gruesome enemies that lurk within the tower. Enough about the lore though, let's jump into the game. When clicking on the door in the center of the main menu to start a new game, you'll be presented the option of selecting one of two characters, a chiseled blonde Chad or an indifferent redhead. This choice obviously affects the in-game model of your character when exploring the tower with no real customization options, just like classic Diablo. The blonde's default name is Athanasi and the redhead's default name is Kira, or you can of course pick your own name. I went with Johnny Bueno because I'm Johnny Bueno. You then get to pick your starting weapons, which I'll touch on more in a bit when we talk gameplay, and then it's time to begin our quest. Like I mentioned earlier, Tower of Calamanvo leans heavily into its inspiration from classic Diablo, especially Diablo 1. You'll spend the entire game trapped in dark, claustrophobic dungeons with minimal lighting and a foreboding, horror-esque atmosphere. This feeling persists through the entire game as you never really leave the tower, unlike Diablo 1, where there's an actual starting town. So you could argue this game leans more into feeling oppressive with few points of reprieve in your journey. You also never know when opening a door could reveal a horde of enemies, which is a genuinely terrifying feeling and a hilarious jump scare. In many cases, death could just be one open door away, and I think that helps the game feel all the more intense. Each level of the tower is mostly randomly generated like a typical ARPG, with different floor layouts, enemies, and loot changing every time you start a new run. You'll essentially be running through a series of dungeons, searching for the exit to the next floor, with the scenery changing from a typical dungeon to a more castle-like interior to a cave filled with nasty bugs and more. So it's not like you'll be seeing the same old gray brick interior with some bloody accents here and there for the entire game. One thing I did like is that once you find the exit, you can teleport directly back to it at any time. So you can continue to explore your current floor without having to worry about backtracking all the way to the exit. If you're used to combat in more modern ARPGs like Path of Exile or some of the more recent Diablo titles, combat in Tower of Calamanvo is going to feel very, very slow. You will slowly walk through the game's dungeons with no real means of increasing your movement speed as far as I could tell, so progressing towards the exit will feel very gradual. On top of that, your attacks will often miss, especially at the start of the game, since there's a specific stat tied to the accuracy of your attacks. So not only are you moving slow, but you'll often be swinging at air most of the time as well, leading to a longer time to kill on enemies. Spells and abilities in general also don't affect a massive area, so you won't be wiping entire rooms of enemies with the click of a button. This may feel somewhat dull to the modern ARPG player, especially at the start of the game when you have low attributes, little gear, and no spells in your repertoire. But it does help the game's combat feel more grounded and intense, with enemy encounters requiring a bit more strategy and microplay, as you may often find yourself needing to kite enemies or trap them in a choke point. And that's not to say the entire game will stay as slow-paced as the first few floors, because it does pick up a bit once you've gained some levels and optimize your character's gear and build. Just don't expect to be blitzing through rooms and trampling over enemies like they're nothing.
Something demonic has
trapped the spirits here. I will end
When it comes to taking out enemies, you're given a fairly wide variety of weaponry. At the start of the game, you're given the option of beginning your journey equipped with 2 of 4 weapon options, including a sword, bow, staff, and shield. These 4 options are just what you want to start with and aren't indicative of all the weapon types available in the game, as you'll also come across spears, axes, staves, scythes, and many more. There are no classes in Tower of Kalamanbo, and abilities are tied to your weapon type, so these starting choices can maybe serve more as a basis of what you want to build your character around. While we're here, I'll also mention that there's a few more options for those seeking a greater challenge, like Despair Mode, which reduces your HP and stat gains for each level. Or the classic Iron Man mode, which features permadeath and only allows you to save your game when exiting the game or returning to the main menu. Both are great options for players who have already completed the game and are looking for a more difficult experience on top of what is already a surprisingly difficult game. Yeah, I died many times, even on a normal playthrough, and learned how crucial it is to save often in this game. And there's a few reasons for this. First is that if you haven't found a better weapon than the one you're carrying, or if you haven't been upgrading your gear in general, enemies are going to quickly outclass you as you ascend floors. That weapon you found on the first floor won't be doing you many favors 2 or 3 floors later. So I found you need to adapt a bit and pick up weapons simply if they have a higher damage range, even if they don't fit your build. It can be frustrating if RNG isn't blessing you with the type of weapon you really want. I swear when I made my bow-focused character, I didn't see a single bow drop for several floors, and at that point it felt like I was shooting hot dogs at enemies instead of arrows. So try to upgrade as often as possible, and if you can't, adapt until you find that precious piece of loot you're looking for. The other thing that adds to the difficulty of Tower of Kalamanbo is the fact that obtaining healing and mana potions is entirely tied to RNG. There's no way to reliably purchase potions in this game, and you'll be praying that the next enemy or broken barrel will contain the life-saving health potion you need. In some spots, this did make the game feel nearly impossible to progress through, as there was a large group of enemies standing between me and the exit, and I had already exhausted my supply of potions. Yes, it does make the game feel more resource-limited and intense, but the feeling of being completely unable to progress at times can feel unfair. This didn't happen too often, but there were a few points in the game where I had to keep reloading my save in hopes that the next enemy would give me a health potion so I could finally progress. Fortunately, in the later stages of the game, this was less of an issue, as I was killing enemies faster and taking less damage, giving me the opportunity to actually stockpile my potions. But those early and middle stages of the game got pretty rough. For abilities, you'll have access to combat arts, which, as I mentioned earlier, are tied to your weapon type. So, for example, two-handed weapons will have their own set of combat arts called overwhelming arts, sword and shield will have balanced arts, and bows will have archery arts. These abilities are tied to your right click, and you can only have one slotted in at a time, which is admittedly kind of annoying, as I don't see any reason not to have a simple hotbar for your available combat arts. Instead, each combat art is given an assigned hotkey, and you'll need to press that key to slot it into your active ability slot, requiring a bit of memorization. Many of these combat arts aren't super complex, like the bow giving you variations of a slightly more powerful shot that either does some elemental damage, pierces enemies, or can ricochet around the room. Or multi-strike for one-handed weapons, which simply lets you perform 3 quick attacks in a row. And this isn't to say that combat arts aren't useful, they're just not super exciting to use. My personal favorite, and maybe the only outlier here, was Hurl Weapon, which is only usable if you have a two-handed weapon equipped. It's exactly what it sounds like. You throw your weapon in a straight line and it comes back to you like a boomerang. It gave me a nice ranged option for my melee-focused character and was great for mowing down enemies who are nice enough to line up in single file. The only downside is if it encounters an obstacle when returning to you, your weapon will just drop to the floor and you'll need to pick it back up. If you don't have a weapon on backup, you'll be awkwardly left empty-handed, and this did in fact lead to my death a couple times. Spells in Tower of Kalamanbo work a little differently than combat arts, as these aren't tied to a weapon type like wands or staves. Spells are found in spellbooks found throughout the tower, which you need to pick up and right-click to learn, assuming you meet the intelligence requirement to learn it. I didn't experiment with spells or a more mage-focused build too much, but from what I saw, the game features enough spells to fit pretty much every situation. Projectiles, area spells, buffs, debuffs, traps, you name it. The variety of spellbooks I came across was pretty impressive, making mage builds totally worth pursuing if that's your kind of thing. Lastly, for gameplay, and kind of a silly touch the devs added, was a dedicated taunt button bound to the D key for those who really want to talk smack to a bunch of computer-controlled enemies. Your character will deliver these goofy voice lines, and the blonde character specifically delivers his lines in the least threatening way possible. It honestly sounds more like a suggestion than a threat.
Prepare to meet your end. You don't frighten me. Who's next? You don't frighten me.
For progressing your character in Tower of Kalamanbo, you'll be slaying enemies and gaining experience to gradually level up your character. Every level, you're given 5 stat points to invest into a stat of your choosing, including strength, dexterity, agility, constitution, mind, and intelligence. If you've played pretty much any RPG ever, you probably already have an idea of how each of these stats works, but there are a few nuances in Tower of Kalamanvo worth covering. Dexterity, for example, is the stat tied to your attack rating, aka accuracy. As I mentioned earlier, your attacks will miss a lot if your attack rating is low, so some investment here may be worthwhile if you plan on doing any type of physical damage. Intelligence is crucial for mage builds as it not only lets you learn more powerful spells, but also investing points into intelligence unlocks more spell slots on your spell wheel for every 5 points invested. The rest are pretty standard, with strength affecting your prowess with melee weapons, agility doing the same for ranged weapons, mind affecting your total mana, and constitution your total health. Combat arts also have specific stat requirements, like Hurl Weapon requiring 20 strength, or any of the bow arts requiring an investment into dexterity, so keep that in mind when allocating your stat points. Just choose wisely, as you can't change your point investments once they've been allocated. Stats included on gear are generally pretty basic compared to the laundry list of bonuses you would see in most modern ARPGs. In this game, you'll typically see bonuses to your core stats or some sort of added damage bonus for offense, or increased damage resistance to a specific damage type and increases to your armor or dodge values for defense. These are what I found on the vast majority of gear pieces, but there are some other bonuses like increased spellcasting speed, mana or health stolen on hit, or returning some damage to the attacker. But again, nothing super in-depth and maybe something that leans a little too far into the classic appeal at its own detriment. But that's entirely up to the player, as some people might prefer the simpler approach to gearing, especially compared to the rest of the genre. There are unique items that drop from some boss enemies that carry more unique effects not found on other gear though, like this scimitar that has a stacking damage effect that resets on miss, promoting a build more focused on building attack rating and accuracy. So there is at least some potential for more diverse gearing and build variety out there, you just need to know where to look. However, there's not much you can do with all the useless or old gear that you collect or upgrade out of. The few vendors in the game can't be sold to and only let you purchase items using silver skulls, an item you pick up through pure RNG that serves as the game's sole form of currency. I found out it was actually intended by the developer to be this way in an effort to keep parts of the game simple and to avoid what they describe as busy work. I'll admit it didn't feel great to just drop my old gear and leave it behind, but I understand the desire to keep things simple, especially if the game is aiming for a truly retro experience. Tower of Kalamanvo is the perfect love letter to classic Diablo. Combat is slow-paced and intense, and the atmosphere expertly captures the dark, claustrophobic feeling from Diablo 1. While the simple gearing and progression may be a negative for some, it might be exactly what others are into, especially if you're looking for an ARPG inspired by one of the granddaddies of the genre. That's all for now though, so if you enjoyed this video, please consider giving it a like or sharing your thoughts on Tower of Kalamanvo in the comments below. I appreciate every bit of interaction and support, as I love making videos just like this one. So please consider subscribing to support the channel, and as always, thank you for watching.
Win favor, my friend. My skill is unmatched. You'll see. That got most of it.
Nisam te špinirao da vidim šta radiš, ali zadnji put sam te vidio da si bio 80 i neki level, čini mi se.
85 i 6 mislim da sam.
Dobro.
Dobro.
Gdje si Marko što ima?
Što se čini?
Šta te još bolje čuje? Holy fuck.
Šta si radio?
Holy fuck.
Ma, uključio sam onaj mod na slušalicama, ono, tipa da čujem mrave u kanteru na drugoj mapi. Pravo je sve što kaže, treba da se uključuje taj mod, ono, pretjerano se čuje sve.
Kompresiju zvuka.
Sve što možeš iskoristiš, jeli, tvoje pobjede.
Neki mod, bre, novim Turtle bičarkama, Super Human Hearing, kako već. Radi do jaja.
Mislim da pričamo...
Ne, da je odgovarao oko 7 da krenemo.
Kad? Kog dana?
Subota.
Može.
Odlično. Mi će se vratimo posle polen da zapravo.
Ma, do ponedjeljka sam slobodan.
Idemo bar na neke kurve.
Do ponedjeljnika ne radim ništa.
Ja ponedjeljak prvo. Ponedjeljak što bi rekli stari ljudi. Vrstine. Koliko ima igrača na serveru? Zašto nema... vjerojatno restart 9 sati.
Pa jebo biti 7-4.
Aj, ne, da igramo Hunt.
Nemam skinut.
Skini.
Nemoj da se nerviraš. Pa što je biše Back 4 Blood, to je kao Left 4 Dead, nešto?
Horde shooter, da.
Jel valja to?
Okej, samo što nema novog kontenta, to je jedina mana.
Battlefield, Ark ima 2 igre, jebote. Survival Evolved, a ovo Survival of Fittest je novo nešto. Taj novi je bio, jel? Assetto Corsa, to je dobra igrica, igrao sam. Ono Next Girls, Counter-Strike, Counter-Strike 2, Condition Zero, Source, Zero Condition, Metal, Crack Metal, sve to. Super Saper, to ono mine, Cyber, Crusader Kings 2, Dark Tech, to je luda igrica, sećam se, evo taj psihopata koji ima neke demone, kao, dobra igra. Dead Beats, Dead Island, Deep, Rock Galactic, jebote igrica manja 4 GB predobra, ima mnogo konta.
Ne, ajde svaki put obriš, kaže nema mesta na hard disku.
Drago, ne ideš u kurs.
Za 4 GB nemaš mesta. Zašto imaš? Zašto imaš?
8K porniće.
Čekaj, Hunt nema 15...
Ne bre, Hunt, Deep Rock Galactic.
Da, Deep Rock.
Fallout 76, to je valja, ali ne valja.
Ne baš.
Jebote, od kad nisam igrao tu igricu.
Jel voliš da ostavljaš stvari u igrama koje igraš? Jel voliš da ostavljaš stvari? Pa na zemlji da ostavljaš.
Ovo imam neki šteš onako.
A da li voliš da recimo 100 kila možda nosiš u inventaru?
Sećam se.
To je veliki problem. To je veliki problem.
Sećam se priče.
Mislim, ne znam da li sam bio grlat dovoljno, ali...
Previše, zapamtio sam, znači tako da jesi.
Ne vredi da počinješ uopšte. Sve ono što je dobro kod te igre ne valja. A ako hoćeš, izvini što se opet ponavljam, možeš da kupiš od njih kao privatni server, da možeš sam da kao sebi limitiraš koliko hoćeš teš. Što znači da su oni napravili plan i prodaju ti rješenje.
Bukvalno. A Mad Max to nisam igrao, ali svi kažu da je zabavna igra.
Evo ja ti kažem, dobro. Priča nije loša.
To kad ne može godišnji odbor ima da igram, da no life-om.
Gameplay je zabavan.
Hell, Need for Speed. Mortal Kombat, evo.
Mortal Kombat.
Pac-Man, nice. Payday. Payday.
Zvuči kao
Irica se zove
Kecan.
Slavistan, ide što kuraš, 20 megabajta.
Znaš se zna da je.
Slavistan. State of Decay, to nisi igra State of Decay Game of the Year. Desila do... Gdje porniči klasika.
Nego nisam te čuo.
Kje to mi se pridruži? Pa, ajde mi se pridruži, gdje porniči.
A?
Ajde, će počnemo sa brutalnom ili ćemo što ideji?
Daj ono što ti voliš, pa ćemo mi da
Two girls, one cup.
Ja volim ovo, sad ćemo pogledati što ja volim. Čekaj, ja volim ovo. Ali Vlada nije nešto.
Vlada nije za to.
Pa jeste, Vlada hoće da suđuje, vidi se da jedan od sve ranije.
Ode nogice, ode zglob. Jao, žena, pa da se objašnjavi plava, da, sve. Što vi cigani rade, dižu 5-1 tijenu.
Ovo je totalno dobro, brate.
Ovaj downloadovo sve sa servera. Rusija.
Ovo je sjajno. Opa.
Dobro. Pa šta je vradio semafor? Vidi retar. Kad pukne se ovaj kanap. Dobro je prošlo.
Ne bi mogo tako.
Vidi retardi.
Opa. Kako ne pravi to jedno 3 puta?
1, 2, 3. Pa to se ne radi na ovakav alsvat, vidio.
Opa.
Glupačo. Rusija, nije Rusija, ovo je... Ko zna da je?
Ukrajina.
Čovjek i nastavlja dalje, šta ga briga je?
Ode džal. Ima svitni kamenčići, vrate miri, to se nabio. Šta je radio ovaj s ovim motorom, retard? Šta je radio bre ovaj? Kako ovo svetlo, brate, ovo je nešto...
Možda ga je pimpalo.
Prijatelju, pa to je teško. Prijatelju. Kupio sam nešto rusku prodavnicu u Štuglici, mnogo dobre. 2.500 dinara. Ali ono tipa za namještenje zavese i da možete na rafne ako pakuješ to. Da, mnogo dobre. Ti ćeš slikom ako hoće.
Ono što ima te stepenike, to si kupio.
Da, gore stepenik.
Koji je kiloš?
Čekaj, ću slikom, to ću vidjeti.
Ali može da izdrži 100 kg.
Može bre, čekaj, ja sam testirao, sad ću vidjeti, čekaj.
Pa to gledam, znaš ono kao jebi ga, ako ćeš to koristiš, na vrati ćeš koristiš i neki alat i ono...
Tipa malj za razbijanje betona.
Neka števolica, neka bušilica, nešto sa sobom, možda neku klimu ili znaš ono. Da ne bude ono da dete od 2 godine sedi na njoj.
A dobro, uvijek možda prodaš kao dečje merdine.
Se izlumiš bre.
Ali koji ne bi li način da se nakupe ovi poeni za ovo?
Jebi ga radiš ove evente koliko sam ja vidio, to je to. Znaš ko je, samo ti ovi zeleni to bacaju.
To sam skontao, malo baci.
Pa znam, o tome se radi, se ne znam da li moraš da menjaš težinu da bi ti bacili veću
vrednost. Ja sam težinu. Htio sam promijeniti Torment 1, ali ne znam šta mi treba da bi uopšte radio onaj, kako se zove. Da završim ja Nightmare Dungeon, šta li?
Idemo dalje?
Ili jedan dungeon, pa onda jedan.
Ne, moraš ove brepitovi, ne.
Gdje ti pošaljem, Nade?
Pa ne mogu da otvorim pit.
Pošalji tu na general, slobodno.
Nemam resurs za to. Ne znam šta mi treba. Znaš.
Imaš ono neko kamenje, neku prašinu, nešto kao 3 zona.
Nemam ja to druženo.
Ili to pa da nemam ja, ali...
Nemaš ni ti. Ajde prvo da smisliš kako to da nađeš, pa mi javi.
No da.
Evo što.
Ne znam šta ti treba ti nešto.
Probao
sam da razbijem ključeve za Nightmare Dungeon. Nije to to.
Da, možda tamo pada Nightmare Dungeon, što kažeš. Si radio neki?
Nijedan, ma ne interesuje me rekao sam ti. Samo ne interesuje oni što mi daju nove, one pasije.
Ja sam u Kurastu, znaš da je ona baka, one brezire odradio jedan.
Ej. Šta dobiš tu?
To ništa, imao sam neki nešto za experience kao da daje, ono, kao neki plavi.
Ja sam već uzeo 60, jel?
O, vidi, sad se pogleda. Vidim da si 5 paragona koliko uzeo.
10.
10.
Nije problem kad si, ono, promeniš sa harda na malo teže.
Nisam popio šoljicu kafe ili ja, vrate, dobio sam 3 crna ekrana. Probao sam do sada jedno 5 solucija, prepravljao neke readme fajlove. Znaš šta sam našao? Lik kaže da odeš u opcije i smanjiš text size. Na small.
Options, gameplay, font, šta je to?
Da, to je u accessibility je to. I tamo text size i cursor size. Kursor sam isto slađa stavio na medium. Treba mi medium, brate, s onim smallom neću vidjeti ništa ono što se dešava. Znaš, to onda imaš nešto u readme-u da promeniš jednu vrednost iz 0 u 1.
Kak je on, ne može ovako se igra. Ne može ovako se igra svakom malom kursoru.
Da, znam, i meni isto smeti, ja ne znam za koga je ovo rađeno, brate, ono, ko vidite.
Odbijamo, može nek se zapucava svaki put.
Evo, pokušavam, brate, ali znaš kad uđem u monitor da čitam, a vidim dobro.
Kursor ogroman, što već. Kursor kao lopata, znaš.
Koga kolju?
Ne gleda neki pornici.
Hardcore?
Pitaj ga.
Pa oni su stublice, ovo su ti merdevine, bre ti Marko.
Pa to su stublice.
A isti kurac.
Pa ne, čekaj, ja mislim da stublica, da bi bila stublica mora da bude manja, ono kao, znaš.
Ne, to su ti merdevine, druže.
Brate, čekaj.
Znaš šta su čutke?
Pa se me guniš prošlo.
Šta su čutke?
Čutke?
Šta su čutke? Oklasine. Znaš šta su oklasine?
Ne.
Ono što ti ostane od kukuruza u sredini, onaj deo su...
Da, kako vi to zovete?
U Bačkoj Topoli to, ne, klip ti je komplet sa kukuruzom.
Evo kukuruz, aha.
Da.
Mi zovemo tuluske.
Ne.
Kako zovete?
U Bačkoj Topoli to...
Tuluzina ti je suvo što kaže ono, a ovo su ti tuluske što ostane kada otvoriš klip.
Tuluzina sam čuo.
A komplet se zove klip.
Pa klip je svuda isto, ali kao što rekoh, kod mene kući zovu to oklasine. U Bačkoj Topoli sam čuo da ljudi to zovu čutke. Zašto čutke, ne znam. Ti mi reci.
Negdje zovu šišarka.
Šišarka je nešto drugo.
A znam ja da je drugo.
Što spadne sa...
ovo je jelka.
Da. Tako je to ovo zima, ne znam.
U okolini ništa zovu korenjiš.
Šta? Korenjiš?
Da, ništa. I lik stavio komentar na Redditu zašto nam slikar gomilu WC papira. Da, nekad su brisali guzicu s tim. U Dalmaciji Lurina se zove...
Šta je stavio, koju sliku je stavio kad mu je to napisao?
Pa o Tuluske.
Ovo
o čemu pričamo. Kočanjika, negdje se zove. Toluska, evo kod nas. Odakle si Braničevski okrug? Naš brat, Nenade! Evo ga da radi tu, pre 4 godine. Evo, da mu dam like. Što ne mogu da mu dam like? Ću mu dam like.
Zato svi znaju.
Znaju ko si.
Neću da kažem.
Ugašena tema. Ugašena stvari, the post was deleted by the person who originally posted it. Tu mamu im jebem. Ne mogu ništa da komentarišem, samo mogu da šaljam.
Svu zabavu ubije.
Evo, Šapurika se negdje zove.
To sam čuo. Šapurika.
Kamiljka, Kolubarski okrug.
Kurac moj.
Resnik, okolina Beograda, Komiljka. Okomak, ideš u kurac. Kocanj, Kočanka, Zlatiborski okrug.
Kočanjina, da, to je nešto, ali...
Šapurina, Kočanka, Čokovi, Tariguz.
Tariguz, ne bi ti me brisao guzicu, pribi rukom, pa opravo.
Aha, brisovi.
Ne,
rukom. I počečeš bar i to je to.
Rukom.
Što bi rekli stari. Guzica se ne briše, guzica se pere.
I to što kažeš.
Hvala. Imaju pravo.
Obrišeš, brate.
Morali su zajebana stvar.
I onda opereš i to je to. I oslučiš, to je to. Kunine, what the fuck. Šutka, au. Šišarka, jedini pravi naziv. Mrš pička ti materina.
Kakva šišarka?
Milica Jović.
Kakva šišarka? Ste vi ludi.
Kako ti kun?
Žene nisu validne, oni dalje misle da policajka, advokatica i sudinica i trenerica da su sve kao validni izrazi, znaš. Ne, nisu.
Ne sve.
Ja i dalje nisam uspio nađe za ovim brutalnim hajtima koje gledam da je nekog ubio sa zaleđenog Boga, neka probao.
O, bože.
Well done.
Jadan ovaj, samo čjerke spamu, ja ne nade. Još si poslao, a?
Goodbye. Farewell.
Ode, ne. Nema više neše mog jedinog.
Da nije umr?
Vane Bojanić. Nema više druga mog.
Ali nemam pojma.
Nema više neše mog.
Spotify, gdje Spotify?
A Vlada kaže da je.
Vlada nije za verovati, Vlada troll.
Vlada znate stvari.
Vlada
je zjeban topersan, ali prikriveni.
Jest, kao neće da se bava, samo prc.
Voli da podjebava onako.
Jebote, opet sam zaboravio čovječe, svaki dan se sjetim da poručim sa AliExpressa i svaki dan zaboravim. Hoću one spojnice za LAN kabel, za internet kabel, onaj R405, ali... Da, ali znaš koje, neću one obične, nego one što mogu da se skidaju i stavljaju, kao, znaš.
Kao što ima one...
Da, za koji ti ne trebaju krim pakešta, na primjer, nego sami ono uglaviš i one...
Fago, kako se zovu beš one... Kad povezuješ ove sijalice, pasunge i to, žice... Znam na što mislim.
Da, znaš kao ima, znaš kao ne treba ti krim pakešta kao da stegneš ono, nego ih zatvoriš, bukvalno na klik-klak, ono.
Jebote, to ti dobro ideja.
Drugi. A daj molim ti ponovi, nisam te čuo, pričali su, nemoj se zajebeš da uzmeš...
Klak, klak.
Aha. Jeste primetio, to sam ja isto vidio da su dosta veće od ovih običnih, ali...
Pa mora ja kolegi da vratim nešto. Mora da mu pošaljem ovo. Pička za pičku. A kolega mi šalje neke picoline.
Ne, samo se pičkarajte, volim ja to.
On meni pošalje 3, a njemu pošaljem 4. I aj sad da vidimo. Lele. Snajke za harem. Ja sam si izličio, jer je imao zavisno da pručem sa AliExpressa.
Hi everyone, it's Rax.
Yo,
Today we had the Diablo 4 Season 8 Campfire. I haven't made a Diablo 4 video in a while. And I want to talk to you about the good things that I heard and getting some feedback on the things that honestly Blizzard directly asked for in the Campfire, and also talk about my future plans with the game. So, let's start with some of the good things. In hearing them speak and with some of the changes being made, they are going to add a bit of difficulty to the game, which is something that the game desperately needs. It is great that Diablo 4 is very easy to access, the barrier to entry is very low, the casuals love it. I don't want to take it away from them. There's still a lot of people who love the game exactly as it is, but when the game doesn't really provide any challenge anywhere, you honestly haven't really made a video game for the real fans of the franchise, the people who want to actually spend a good amount of time in the game. Really don't have a way to do that right now. Adding some difficulty in various parts of the game, so hearing their philosophy
to hoću da kupim par komada.
something
I
like
onda
that
da ne
into
mora se
the game,
zajebam da kupujem krimp
can only
klješta,
be a good
brate,
thing.
a ja mislim da ono šrafcigerom možeš da čukneš i da ga zabraviš, onaj jezičak.
Some builds are just
A ne
100
daješ
times
šosa.
better than other builds, or they're bugged out of their minds, like the Spiritborn on the expansion launch, or the Bulwark Druid, and it's just really plagued the game almost for its entire lifespan. And they said that they've been taking a real hard look at it and trying to make sure that these things don't happen. They seemed keenly aware from the data that they received in the PTR what bugs there were and what kind of outliers existed. So it's never going to be perfect, but I do feel that on the journey to balancing the classes at least somewhat in Diablo 4, anticipating in Sydney it will be closer to that structure. Speaking of structure in the end game, the current end game of Diablo 4 actually doesn't work for anybody. It's not fun at all. Nobody thinks it's fun. Where you just the whole meta is just farming the same boss, and a beast in ice drops the one drop that I need, so I run him a million times. I'm just sitting there over and over and over plugging these bosses. The bosses don't do anything. You kill them on T1 with any decent build, they just die instantly. When you get really strong, you just one-shot them in T4. Etc. And now that the endgame structure has a completely new flow to it, and they showed that in a chart, and I think it's going to be significantly better. And honestly, it's a structure that resembles a lot more of what Path of Exile 1 has, where there is like a progression to it, and the way that they've moved how some of the item drops work with bosses means that all bosses will have some kind of value to you. So if you want to go kill a variety of things, you're never going to be hurting yourself. So I give them credit for doing a new structure, and this structure I think is going to feel better for almost every player. So that's just a win. Another thing that they're building into the game is some different quality of life things. Like, for example, when you're tempering, it at least remembers your old tempering recipe and things like that. We have seen from games like Last Epoch that quality of life always wins with the community. You don't want the game to just auto do everything for you, then you're playing a stupid AFK mobile game, and no one likes that. But anything that you can do to help the player experience feel really good and get them back to actually blasting is greatly appreciated. And stuff like menuing for the tempering recipe, 5 times in a row. No one needs to be doing that. So I give the team credit here. A lot of the core things that they're doing, in my opinion, are just making Diablo 4 better. And Diablo 4 is not going on a worse path. So that's nice. Let's get to some of the things that they asked for feedback on some things that we want to see. I think at this point in the development, I think a lot of the players who really follow Diablo 4 are pretty tired of us just redoing Diablo 4. Now, you could make the argument that, well, if the underlying systems are bad, the only way to fix it is to redo them. Yeah, I give you credit for it. But imagine for Christmas and for your birthday, every single year, you get your same bike back. Here's your bike again, but this time it has a picnic basket on it. Here's your bike again, but this time it has a little bell on the handlebars. Oh, here's your bike again, and this time it's got a playing card in the back tire that makes a lot of noise as you ride it so you can piss off your neighbors. All of these things are great. We love pissing off the neighbors, but at some point we need like a new present, right? It seems like what we're always doing is just redoing the game instead of actually adding new things. And I think this is really starting to become kind of a buzzkill for a lot of the community, at least that follows it very closely. Along those same lines, Blizzard asked point blank for feedback on seasons. So I think the best way I can do this is to give examples here. So, what is Diablo 4 currently doing? Well, they did what I can't remember, vampire powers, and then they did the pet powers, and now they're doing the boss powers, and then they did the witch powers. And when we saw on the roadmap for the next couple of seasons, if I read it correctly, I don't have it up right now. The next few seasons also are powers. So let's go back to Diablo 3 days. Not sure if you guys were following then. I was very good friends with one of the leaders of Diablo 3, Matt Cedarquist, that works at Blizzard, and he had focus groups where me, Woody, and Rob would sit there, and he would say, "Okay, guys, we're not doing any icebreakers. We're just gonna get straight into it. What's the problem here? How do we make Diablo 3 exciting?" And I said, I mean, we got to take some chances here. You gotta give the players a reason to log into Diablo 3. Do you have ideas? How can you actually change the game? He said, well, we have ideas. You know, in the past, you know, maybe we've been a little bit hesitant to pull the trigger on any of them. You know, Diablo 3 is kind of established in what it is. If you're, you know, they say, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. If you keep releasing the same seasons, you're going to get the same outcome from the players. So then they started to do things very differently. For example, then they did the sanctified item powers, where you would get like these heavenly consumables and make heavenly items with angelic powers that were insane, but it added a crafting element to the game, and people really liked it. And then they did probably their greatest season ever. It's almost unanimously agreed, the Altar of Rites. They just made an entirely new progression system, an endgame system. It even helped you while leveling. And it gave you really something to do, and the challenges got harder and harder and harder in a good way. It was so fun. And then they did the what are those little purple rifts called, where you did something completely different. Instead of doing greater rifts, you went in the overworld, and then you would get into this crazy world. Sometimes you'd be fighting in town. Sometimes there'd be 10 bosses in a floor. Sometimes there'd be 30 goblins. It was just the Visions of Enmity is what they were called. It's just so over the top, but it was different. It was fun. And people loved it. People were like, man. Then we got the announcement that going into Diablo 4 seasons would be a grander scope. That is not how it's felt to me. I don't want to insult anybody who actually works on the seasons for Diablo 4. A lot of times, like, the artwork looks very well, looks very good, like the UI, like, it's not like what you're doing in a vacuum is so terrible. Like, the witch powers, it's fun to get some witch powers. It was fun to do the vampire powers. It'd be fun to do the boss powers. It's just the same thing all over and over and over. Diablo 3 was actually doing completely different activities, like crafting, endgame system, and then a new like endgame activity that was different than what we were doing. This is what PoE 1 always does. They do Ultimatum, which is a gladiator arena. Then they do Harvest, which is picking flowers. Then they do the Wisp, where you fight the King of the Mist. That was insane. And then they do ship building and town building. It's always so different, and you don't like it all, but at least you're really trying. They do Necropolis, where you manage burying the corpses of your monsters to do crafting. What I would like to see, like, however far into the roadmap where this can happen, if you want my feedback on the seasons, you have to abolish the idea of we're doing powers every season. I don't know how many it's been, but this to me, it's every time I hear it's X, Y, and Z powers, I'm just gonna kind of roll my eyes because it's just not exciting. It said that they know that one of the players' feedbacks is that the skill trees are just so boring. Now even like some of the more casual people are even starting to complain, and this is what they would want changed. And I can't emphasize this enough how much of a problem it really is. So when you play Diablo 4, when you pick Fireball, you have two choices. You can go like left, and Fireball does like 10% more burning damage, or you go right, and it goes 15% more crit damage. That's it. I wish I was kidding. That's literally it. That's how you customize your Fireball with your skill tree. And then all the other modifiers come from uniques or items.